Okay, would everyone please raise their pink card so that I know everyone in here is a voter? If anyone does not have a pink card, I would ask you to please go into the gymnasium and sit in the non-voting section. And I think we still have room in here so that we don't have to use two rooms, which would make your life and my life much simpler. So because we do not have a required quorum anymore, I declare that we do have a quorum present. And I am now going to declare the meeting come to order. I have been assured and informed by the town clerk that the warrant has been duly posted under the law as it should be and where it should be. So we're good to move forward. Would you please stand for a salute to the flag and then remain standing? It's over here. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to take a moment of silence to recognize David Perry, who was a lifelong resident of the town of Wareham and served on in the building department as a plumbing inspector for many, many years. Nan Meyerson Evans, 76 of Onset. Nan recently was a member of the Wareham Charter Review Committee and enjoyed becoming very active in all local matters. Billy Rollins. Billy was a firefighter for the former Wareham Forest Fire Department, joining as a teenager in the 1950s, and later becoming a firefighter for the Wareham Fire District, and he retired in 1990, so he served for 40 years for this town to protect you and your family. Freddie O'Connor. Freddie also served the town of Wareham Fire Department and on the Wareham Fire District. Ann Campbell of Onset. Ann was recognized for many awards from both the town and the state. She was extremely civic-minded, participating in open space committee. She helped to fill town meetings. She organized candidates night. She was on the Oak Grove Association, the Onset Protective League, and the Spinney Memorial. She served this town in many, many ways. And Mary Jane Burke. Mary Jane Burke was a resident of Onset growing up, attending Wareham schools, and went on to become the principal of Wareham High School, who would ask for a moment of silence. Thank you. You may be seated. We found a license that was left out front. Mr. Giannone. Thank you, Mr. Teitelbaum. I want to thank you all for being here today. I know these town meetings have been very difficult for the past year and have been moved and removed and changed and rechanged, and it's been difficult. I appreciate your patience, your understanding, and I appreciate you being here today. The weather report at the beginning of the week said rain. It's a little difficult to predict a week out what we do, so I hope you're understanding that we're inside rather than outside as we had hoped to do, but I'm not a weatherman. I have to plan ahead, and this is the best we could do. So the duties of a moderator and the procedures of town meeting, which are not specifically provided for by law, are determined by the rules contained in Robert's Rules of Order, town meeting time, by tradition, and by the moderator. In accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 39, Section 15, whenever there is a 2/3 vote required by statute, a vote may be declared by the moderator without account and recorded by the clerk upon such a declaration. Provided, however, that if 7 voters question the count and stand, then we must take a vote. When we vote, you must be seated. You need to hold your cards up high so that the tellers can count them if we do need to take a count. The tellers will tell you when they get through with your row to put your cards down, and until they do, please make sure you continue to hold them up. The warrant, which was posted in every precinct, posted on the town website, is our agenda for today. And those are the only things that we will be discussing, the warrant articles on the agenda. Town meeting does not come to an end until all of the agenda items on the warrant have been decided either by a vote or whether no action was deliberately taken. I will ask for a motion on every article. I will then ask for a second. I want you to carefully listen to the motion. You all have a warrant in your hands, but sometimes the motion may differ in a slightly way. So they're also up on the screen so that you know what you're voting on. Following the motion, I will ask the proponent to speak, and then I will ask for the selectmen's vote and the finance committee's vote. And then debate will be open. If you wish to speak to an article, there is a microphone in the back. You'll need to go to the back of the hall. I would ask probably that no more than 2 people stand at the microphone at any given time, and please keep a little distance from yourself. Please clearly state your name, and I want you to understand that your remarks should be directed to the warrant article at hand and stay on track. That gets us through town meeting faster, and then I don't have to ask you to get back to what we're discussing. It's been tradition that the proponents of an article will have 5 minutes to speak, and all others will only have 2 minutes. The moderator may choose not to cut someone off in the middle of a sentence. So if they do go over a little bit, it's fine. I'm not going to cut you off right in the middle of what you're saying, but don't try to carry on for another 15 minutes because I will cut you off. Amendments. Amendments can be made to any of our articles. They do need to be in writing. And I have some paper up here that we can hand out to you if you need to make an amendment. You do need to sign it because these become a part of the record. Then we will, if an amendment is made, we will debate it. We will vote it up or down, and then that becomes part of the original article. A motion to reconsider. If we want to reconsider something, it only requires a simple majority vote. However, reconsideration isn't used generally unless some new information has come forward that we weren't aware of that would influence the article. And I think in my 12 years, we've only had one, and then we did find that there was something that legally would have impacted the vote in the way that the article came out, so we needed to go back and redo it. So that's the only reason for reconsideration. Photos. There is no photo taking in a legislative body, so I would ask don't take your cell phones out and try to take a photo. The press is the only one that I have given permission to, and we've been very strict that they do not take a vote or take a photo when we are voting. I don't think it's right that we should publicize how you're voting. Your vote should be private. If you happen to have parked out in the fire lane, I would strongly suggest you might want to go out and move your car. So just a heads up warning. If for some reason we have to exit this room, we have an exit door over here. If we have to come back in, you'll have to go back through the other door, and the checkers will have to make sure that you have a card to let you back in. I think we only had this happen once. We had a fire alarm go off in the high school at one time and kind of interfered with town meeting. Would the Chairman of the Board of Selectmen like to address the meeting?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good morning. For all of us, the pandemic has been hard, disrupting our lives in unimaginable ways. Our residents have shown an admirable commitment to democracy, as evidenced by their continuing turnouts at our town meetings. Our open town meetings are public forums that promote participation in local governance. This is the forum where attendees are citizen legislators, not just people showing up at a ballot box. This purest form of democracy, the meeting, enables residents to share their opinions on public issues while engaging in deliberation and democratic decision-making processes regarding laws and budgets. This form of government in New England dates to the year 1620, when the Pilgrims adopted the format. In fact, the results of one town meeting on December 16, 1773, resulted in the Boston Tea Party. I'm not suggesting you go throw your trash in the woods. The open meetings are really opportunities to engage in two-way dialogues with people. The benefit is that you get to hear a lot of different views. The other obvious benefit is that the meeting has credibility. Your attendance, participation, and vote is important. As Margaret Mead said, never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed people can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has. We are here today to engage in civil discourse and reasoning, knowing that decisions will be made for the benefit of all of the residents of this wonderful town. Thank you for participating today.
Thank you. The Chairman of the Finance Committee wish to address the body?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Since December, we've had 6 town meetings, 3 different locations. I certainly will be glad when we get back to normal. The Finance Committee is charged with reviewing each article that's based on the warrant and making recommendations to how you may wish to vote. In our report, you'll find most of the information we utilized in forming our opinions and recommendations. And, oops, I lost my place. Photos are always helpful, and I want to report contains much of the information, yet that's a repeat, my apologies. If you turn to page 6 of the Finance Committee report, that's the cherry sheet. That's the generosity of the Mass Legislature that gives it to us, but that's the first half. The second half are the charges against it. Pages 7 and 8 reflect the estimated revenues for FY22. You note the receipts, projected receipts are down, and that purpose is that we are taking a conservative approach to the future revenues and have a thought that it may be a very sluggish recovery. On page 9, note that 25% of our revenues are state aid. Now, these are the pie charts I'm referring to. Thank you for the town administrator for came off his system. And on page 10, note that 50% of the education costs, what? Oh, excuse me. My apologies. Page 9 indicates that 25% of our revenues are state aid. We could not survive without that. On page 10, note that 50% of our costs go to education. And keep in mind that 50% is merely salaries or upfront costs. That doesn't include the benefits. That could go up another 15%. On page 11, taxes. That chart reflects the taxes or real estate taxes for single-family homes in adjoining communities or within our neighborhood. We do not pay a lot in taxes. We are at the bottom of the list. Of the 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts, we are ranked 310. So that is very low. So we have a lot of complaints on Wareham Matters and the like that we pay a lot in taxes and we don't get services. Unfortunately, the reality is we cannot afford the services we used to have 10, 15 years ago. The complaints are trash on the beaches, potholes that are filled. Well, our municipal maintenance department is very understaffed, and it's getting difficult to retain people with the rates we're able to pay. But this is what we choose as a town meeting, what our taxes are going to be, what the revenues are. And so when we consider those issues, please don't blame the administration for what they're doing. They're doing what we command them to do. Now, as we go through the evening, you'll find various opinions on these recommendations. By all means, please stand and speak your piece. We represent you, and the only way we know how you feel or where you want our community to go is how you express yourselves to us, the Finance Committee, and of course, the administration. Thank you all for coming this evening. As I said before, I'll be glad when this is all over. Thank you all for coming this morning.
Thank you. We have one more license that was left, Mr. Licurdo. You want to raise your hand, Mr. Licurdo? Great, thank you. Before we go any further, I want to actually introduce, for those of you who have never been to town meeting and don't know our officials, my name is Claire Smith. I'm the town moderator. This is my 12th year as your moderator. Sitting to my left is Attorney Richard Bowen, our town council, and then our town administrator, Mr. Derek Sullivan, our chairman of the Board of Selectmen, Judith Whiteside, and Bernie Pigeon, chairman of the Finance Committee. So when we look at town meeting and we look at the number of articles that we have, a lot of the moderators try to slimline town meeting and try to help move it along a little quickly. And one of the tools we have is a consent agenda. And a consent agenda, and we've been using it for a few years now, is to put articles in that routinely come up year after year after year. They're never questioned. They're things that we generally have to do. I will go through our consent agenda thoughts. We won't be able to ask questions on them, to discuss them. So if you want them taken out of the consent agenda, I'm very happy to take them out, and we'll put them back in our rotation. We take our articles up by lottery. And the reason for that is years ago, we would have a quorum of 150. We would get halfway through the meeting, and a group of people would get up and leave because we talked about their article, and then all of a sudden the budget would come up, and we didn't have a quorum. So this is why we went and asked town meeting to provide a zero quorum so that we don't have to worry if we get almost to the end of the meeting and we only have 40 people here, we can still finish. So the first article would be Article number 2, and this is recurring business. And these are things that come up. It's a 4-part article. It's a housekeeping article that appears every single year. It allows the town to apply for grants, to enter into contracts. It allows the treasurer to enter into a compensating balance. It allows certain reports that have to be given every year by the school committee, the Board of Selectmen, which would appear in your town report every year. And it allows the town to expend interest earned from loan payments for the septic loan program. Anybody want that taken out? If so, say hold. Okay, we'll leave it in. Article 3 is the compensation of certain officials. This is another article which is pretty routine. The town clerk and myself are paid by warrant article. It's not part of the overall budget because we're elected officials. So if you look in your warrant, the town clerk's salary is $85,000 and mine is $120. Is there any discussion? Mr. Muniz, we want to hold it? We'll take it out. We can't discuss it. Take it out? Okay. We'll put it back. So, clerk, you can put that back. Okay. Okay, the next one would be Article 18. These are community preservation reserve funds. Every year, state law requires that so much of what comes in goes into a preservation reserve fund. It's required by law to reserve at least 10% of the fiscal year's estimated revenue to be used for historical preservation, affordable housing, and open space, and to allocate 5% of this estimated revenue for administration expenses. The FY 2021 estimated revenue is $1 million, and the total amount of this article would be for $350,000. Seeing no one, we'll leave that in the consent agenda. Article 21, the Harbor Services Permits Receipts Reserved for Appropriation account. This article authorizes under General Law, Chapter 44, Section 21C, upon the recommendation of the Board of Selectmen, that they transfer a sum of $3,800 from Harbor Services Permits Receipts Reserved for Appropriations account to be transferred to the Harbor Master's Maintenance and Improvement account to pay for the payment of the bond payment, which was an anticipated note that was taken out several years ago for some things down at the pier. We'll leave that in. Article 25. Article 25 was a petition article, and we have spoken to the petitioners. This article was to rename the new school. This has been discussed for the past year and a half. There is total agreement now that the name of the school, total agreement between the Board of Selectmen, School Committee, and others, the Building Committee, that the naming of the new elementary school should be named the Wareham Elementary School. And what they've done to satisfy those who questioned whether it should be named Minot Forest or Deaconess, they will now name each. There'll be a wing on each side. One will be named the Deaconess wing, and the other one will be the Minot wing. So we hope that we've made everybody happy in doing that. Unless someone wants to address it, we'll leave that in the consent agenda. Okay. Then the next two, these would require a majority vote. The other two would be the election of officers. Our election has already been held, so it doesn't make any difference what we decide here. Our elected officials have been elected. And then Article 16, that was the zoning article, the Wareham Village 1 reinvestment subdistrict. The Redevelopment Authority has decided that they want to put this off to the fall and bring it back on the fall. Seeing no one and hearing no hold, we'll leave that. So I will take a motion on the consent agenda. I have a second. I have a motion and a second to take Article 2, Article 18, Article 21, 25, 1, and 16 in the consent agenda. I will try for unanimous. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? It is unanimous. Okay. I am going to, as we do every year, take out of order the Upper Cape Regional Technical High School budget. We have representation here, and because they service 5 towns and have to go to 5 different town meetings, we always extend courtesy of the floor to let this article come up first and get it out of the way so he can leave. So, Mr. Forget, this would be Article 9.
Good morning, Madam Moderator, Mr. Sullivan, Select Board members, FinCom members, residents of Wareham. My name is Roger Forget. I am the superintendent at Upper Cape Cod Regional Technical School. It is an honor and a privilege to be here in front of you this morning to answer any questions you may have. I would like to recognize our 2 school committee members from the town of Wareham, Mr. Robert Fichtemeier and Mr. Dominic Camarano. Again, thank you, the residents of Wareham, for your support of our school. It allows us to provide quality education to your families, our students, each and every day. Thank you so much for your support.
Thank you, and thank you for coming. May I have a motion?
Yes, Madam Moderator. I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate $3,637,529 as its share of the operating and capital costs of the Upper Cape Cod Regional Vocational Technical High School District for the fiscal year 2022, July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there anything further to be said on Article 9, the Upper Cape Cod Regional Technical High School? Seeing no one standing, I will now ask for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? It is unanimous.
Madam Moderator and residents of Wareham, thank you again for all of your support. And if there's anything the school can do, please don't hesitate to reach out to us and let us know. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. We appreciate you taking the time to come and talk with us. Madam Clerk. Next one. Next one. Article 19. Article 19. You said 19, correct? What's that? We have chairs in here. We have chairs. Do you have any vacant seats? If you'd put your hands up, we need about 19 chairs. We got plenty of chairs. Please send them in here. Just keep the non-voters in the other room, please, Joe. I forgot to introduce our deputy moderator, and I apologize for that, Joe. It is also his birthday, so happy birthday, Joe. Sometimes I get caught up in focusing on where we need to go. So Article 19 is the Wareham Littleton Drive Community Preservation Funding Request. Do we have a motion?
Madam Moderator, I move that the town approve this article as a grant or loan to a qualified entity as printed in the warrant.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to speak to the article, please.
Is it on? Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mark. Sandy Slavin. I am the Chair of Community Preservation, and we received a grant request from Penrose to develop the Littleton Drive project. They submitted a grant for $500,000, then came back and asked for a modification to $1.1 million. And we had a lively discussion at CPC, and we voted 4-3 to bring a grant request forward to this body for $830,000, representing $10K for each one of the 83 affordable units, whether they be senior apartments or homes. And that's where we stand. It's well within the requirements of CPC to allow for funding for profit or nonprofit, and this would be part of the affordable housing component of CPC. I do have a statement to read from the 3 people who voted not to bring this article forward. The 3 CPC members who voted against this request did so because it is unprecedented amount of grant money. If approved by you today, it will set a precedence for additional large grant requests from other 40B affordable housing developers that are already in the queue, and for all future affordable housing grant requests. Approving the request for $830,000 or even somewhat lesser amount for Penrose Development Company's proposed Littleton Drive project that is then also requested by other present and future affordable housing developers will wipe out the balance of the Wareham taxpayer-funded Community Preservation Act monies. Potentially using all CPA money for 40B affordable housing at the expense of grants for Wareham historic preservation, open space, and recreation community projects. Our vote is not against affordable housing. It is against using up all our community project of project funds for only affordable housing, for which this grant will set a precedence. We voted no for this grant request for this private, for-profit, 40B affordable housing developer. I was asked to read that into the record. You had a handout on the way in that talked about the funds available for CPC. Just as a reference point, those are the monies we have available to spend on approved projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in line, please. And please state your name.
Hello, speaking to the article, Barbara Smith, Precinct 3. I am talking about the senior affordable housing, which will be $1,200 to $1,400 a month, not including utilities, which I don't feel is affordable for seniors. Also, that we are giving, or asked to be giving, over $800,000 to a company that is a for-profit company. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, Peter Teitelbaum, Precinct 3, Chairman of the Redevelopment Authority. I would remind the body that it wasn't even 3 years ago when $640,000 in CPC money was voted to go to the Wareham Housing Authority to put up 4 units at the Agawam Village location. So this isn't the first time that we've had a big number come before the body. Secondly, every year we are required to set aside 10% of the taxes we get and the state aid that we also get that goes into the community preservation funds for the purpose of affordable housing. For years, that money just sat there. When the $640,000 was granted, I think that knocked it down. I don't know if it was quite to zero, but it knocked it down a bit. That money's still sitting there. It hasn't been spent. I don't know if it's ever going to be spent because that warrant article called for 4 units to be built, and I'd like to see somebody who can put up a single unit for $160,000 these days. You know, we keep hearing that people need senior housing in this town and that it's a priority. So I would ask the body to take a look at the money that's involved here. This is a multi-million-dollar project. The only way we can do these things is to partner with private developers. Now, you can look at a project like Woodland Cove and say, well, look at that monstrosity. Well, that's not the kind of developer the Redevelopment Authority partnered with. We partnered with somebody that's put up good quality housing, that does good amenities, and further, people were worried about the for-profit aspect. The state pretty much sets
20 seconds.
what these developers can get when they apply for the state tax credits. So they're limited. This isn't going to make much difference to the developer's bottom line, but it will be the difference between whether someday, if you move out there, you'll have a community center and some of the amenities that go along with it, because that's what this money would be earmarked for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Richard Swenson, Precinct 3, Planning Board and Redevelopment Authority member. Thank you, Madam Moderator. The Littleton Drive Housing Project is a community project. It's being implemented through a partnership between the town and a private developer. And through this partnership, the town has been able to control the type of housing that is being developed, i.e. senior, affordable, and workforce housing. These options are being made available to Wareham citizens by using federal and state tax credits, state grants, and local grants. CPC funds are designed for exactly this purpose, in my opinion. This request is for $10,000 per unit of $830,000. Just for some comparisons, in some other towns in Massachusetts that have used CPA funds for their affordable housing. Barnstable spent $100K per unit. Beverly spent $95K per unit. Boston, $83K. Georgetown, $91K. Monson, $75K. We're asking for 10. This is not an outrageous number. This is a big project with 83 units for the people in our town and the community that need them. So I encourage town meeting to approve Article 19 to help maximize the benefits to folks that qualify for
seconds.
affordable housing. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Good afternoon, everybody. Alan Slavin, 36 Oak Street, Wareham. We have had a history of different businesses, et cetera, coming before the town asking for CPA funding. We have a history of rejecting any business whatsoever that was for profit. Two examples would be the British Landing, when they wanted to tear down their smokestack. It was quite a bit of money, and we turned it down. We also turned down a property on Main Street that wanted to be redeveloped. This is, no matter how you want to put it, this is a for-profit business, and I feel that $830,000 to go for this particular type of thing is just not right. Also, which has not been mentioned, is that $275,000 goes right to the Wareham Redevelopment Authority, which basically comes out of our own funds. It's like moving one set of funds to another hand, and I don't have a lot of faith in that. Thank you.
Point of personal privilege, Madam Moderator. Because of this fan, no one on this side can hear anything that's being said.
All right, try to speak very loudly when you're at the microphone. I can't hear you, Alan. Yep, try to speak a little louder, as loud as you can, please. There's seats up here. If you can't hear in the back, there's vacant seats. Please come up front. Maybe that would make it easier for you. Go ahead.
Joan Kinneberg, Onset, Precinct 3.
You need to speak louder.
Joan Kinneberg, Onset, Precinct 3. I am against this grant request today. I'm not in opposition to using CPA monies for affordable housing. However, voting yes today sets a precedent to huge taxpayer-funded CPA grants that will effectively use up all of the CPA monies available. And so there will be no available monies. If this grant is granted, the 3 developers in the queue ask for similar amounts, and then all future developers ask for grants of this size. We will not have money available for things like open space, for sanctuaries, for parks, for playing fields, and recreation. So I vote no on the size of this grant today.
Brenda Ekstrom, Wychunas Ave, I don't know if you need that. I would like to make a motion for further study. I'll be right, I'll come up and do it if it passes, or do I have to do it anyway? Okay, thanks.
So we have amendment before us for further study. I will need that in writing, please. We have a second? Have a second.
Yeah, please.
So we now have an amendment for further study. To speak to the amendment and the amendment only.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Article 26 in the regular town meeting warrant is a suggestion of affordable housing that residents can do. I think that this particular article, I looked up on the Registry of Deeds, and that property is owned by the town. So I'm not aware of the town making a deal with these people to sell it or have put it out for bid or for auction. So I don't really see how they can be requesting money on property that they don't own. I also think that there are better ways to spend this money. A $10,000
30 seconds.
a $10,000 grant to a person in this audience to convert their home to an accessory apartment to rent out is far more worth, and it's 100% of the housing instead of this being 20 or 25%. So please vote for the study.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion to the amendment for further study? And talk to the amendment only for further study.
Hello, Peter Titlebaum, Precinct 3 again. I would urge the body to defeat the motion for further study. There's really nothing to further study here. You've been given the facts, which are, the amount per unit, what it would benefit, what the money would go towards. You've been told about big ticket expenditures before, and if people are concerned about, depleting reserves, all you've got to do is undo that $640,000 appropriation that's currently tying up that much money. So I would urge a no vote on the motion to amend.
Ken Buckland, Director of Planning and Community Development. I just want to point out that the project is 100% of the units will be counted towards our 10% goal for the state requirements of affordable housing in the town. This is a reasonable amount of money to spend for that kind of community housing when the 70% of the units will be set aside for Wareham residents. Thank you.
Is there anything further to be said on the amendment for further study? This will require
I had a question. I'm Kathleen Beaulieu. I think I'm Precinct 3. I was just wondering, one, does the town own this land? So would that be factored as a part of our contribution to the project? And would there be time to do this study, or would we lose this deal with this developer?
to answer the question?
Please.
Mr. Buckland.
The process was that a bid was put out, an RFP for proposals. We had 3 very good proposals that came in, but Penrose was the one that made the best sense for the town. They had offered that they would pay a certain amount of money for the property to obtain it, well below the market rate of the value of the 16 acres of land that are there. Does that answer the question?
The other piece of the question was...
To answer the question, Mr. Titlebaum, then?
There is a requirement that an application go in for a tax credit program, and in doing that, we want to have the application ready to go for the purpose of meeting the state requirements.
Yeah, I just want to speak to the ownership issue. The land is not owned by the town anymore. This body turned it over to the Redevelopment Authority, I think 2.5 years ago, or maybe 2 years ago. So that's what took place. Town meeting did it. The deed is recorded and it belongs to the Wareham Redevelopment Authority.
Is there anything to be said for further study?
Yes, thank you. Sandy Slavin. I hear in opposition to the further study, there's nothing more to study. This has been vetted by your Community Preservation Committee. It meets the law regarding the use of expenditures for affordable housing and CPA funds. There's nothing more to study on it. Thank you.
Is there anything further to be said on the amendment of further study? Seeing none, I will call for a vote on the vote for further study. All those in favor of further study, please raise your cards. All those opposed? The motion fails. We are now back to the original article. Is there anything further to be said about Article 19?
Yes. Michelle Rose, Precinct 1. The whole 10% thing reminds me of my dog. My dog goes out and poops every day and I pick it up. but the following day there's more poop. And that's what the 10% thing is all about. Every single time we vote for another housing development, then somebody else builds a regular housing development, and then there's more of the 10% that we have to come up with. There are other ways to do this. And Wareham really hasn't done anything as far as lobbying to have a lot of our trailer parks made into low-income housing. We have one person that's doing it. It's our state senator. I don't know how much she lobbies for it. There are other people in the town now who understand about lobbying. That's one way. We also have so many empty houses that are falling apart, and we're not doing anything about them. Wareham has to be confident and creative about solving these issues. We can't just go in there and say, oh, let's do more, let's build more. And that's what's happening. Our forests are disappearing, our land is disappearing, because we just keep building. And it doesn't solve anything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Janice Barton, Precinct 4. Is there a graphic or somewhere that we can see how much money is currently in the funds, the CPA funds, in each category?
Can you just speak a little louder so that we can?
Is there a list of something? I couldn't find anything that says what is in the actual CPA funds right now for each category.
To answer the question only, Mrs. Slavin?
Yeah.
I've given her the handout.
Thank you, thank you. I just couldn't find it, thank you. Thank you.
Is there anything further to be said on Article 19?
Jim Manise, Cranberry Highway. I think overall the project as designed is pretty good. I'm concerned that there's no contract signed. I'm also concerned of $275,000 within the original contract that we had seen being paid out to the redevelopment authority. In addition, $5,000 a year for the term of the land lease. So I really think that should be backed out of the total ask of the, what is it, $870,000, or at least the lump sum payment. And I am concerned that there's no contract signed, at least to the best of my knowledge, and I asked, which would make it a little bit more firm, and I'd be more comfortable with. Thank you.
Mrs. Whiteside?
Is my mic on? Yeah. Okay. I want to correct something that somebody said earlier. Actually, the attempt to make all of the mobile homes, parks, and units as counted as affordable housing was actually passed by 2 town meetings a few years ago and was killed in the House by people who think that, you know, it shouldn't have passed. So I just want to have you understand that. The other thing that I want to really explain is that $10,000 per unit for an expense from us, yes, it may be precedent setting, but every single time that CPC money is asked to be spent, it comes back to this town meeting where you get to say, if you don't like the proposal from XYZ, you get to say no at that time. This is a very, very worthy project, and I hope you support it.
Thank you.
Carl Schultz, Precinct 1. I have a question. What's the impact of not transferring these funds to the property, to the development? What happens if we don't approve it? That's a question.
To answer the question,
Ken Buckland. What happens is that the community center and the sidewalks and the trails and other amenities at the site aren't built as part of the project. All we do is get the units.
So the development would move ahead with Penrose. We would just lose some amenities that Mr. Buckland mentioned. So the project will move forward. Correct?
To answer the question,
Madam Moderator, to answer the question, that's not clear because the lease has not been signed yet.
Hello, I'm Lucille Dodson from Precinct 2, and I'm against giving this grant money away. Our town, as we know, needs a new police station and various things, and I have attended other 40B projects where the town that I have personally heard has not asked any developer that would be for profit as well for things that they could do for our community. Instead, they just give things away. And it's about time that we, as a town, make our officials put demands on that are what are they gonna do to help our community, not just give things away. And on top of what you mentioned about the affordable housing, trying to accept under what Susan Gifford was proposing with the mobile homes, there were 3 of us that attended that state meeting that day, and I was one of them. And I spoke that day, and they did not take a vote on that. They turned it down, but they didn't actually even vote on it.
30
It gets
seconds.
squashed, and Susan Gifford, just so everyone knows, did not attend that day. She was sick. And also, being sick, she didn't even send a representative to try to push or to defend what she was trying to, supposedly after all these years, try to get passed for our town so that we would be over the 10% threshold for affordable housing, just so everyone is clear on that.
thank you. Is there anyone else who hasn't spoken?
I'm Joyce Bakayaki, Precinct 4. I just have a question. Ken Buckland just said something about 70% coming back to the citizens of Wareham. So my question is, what are the requirements for the residents of this project? Is it available only to Wareham residents?
To answer the question only?
The state program allows that we can set aside 70% of the units for Wareham residents. The other 30% are open to the market, which include Wareham residents as well as others outside of the town as well.
I'll take you after the next.
Annie Hayes, Precinct 5. The reason I voted for further study was not because I felt there needed to be more information about this, but I know that Brenda Ekstrom is proposing a new model for affordable housing, and I think it's very worthwhile. And I think that hearing that proposal is really germane to the conversation.
Mr. Pigeon? Can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Oh, now I got 2 mics, thank you. Just a point of information, we have over 800 seniors waiting for affordable housing within our community. We do need this. We have not been able to add any affordable housing stock in several years. Also, with this particular project, it was negotiated to get all those amenities into the project. We don't have a senior center. We don't have walking paths that the seniors can use. This is our opportunity to start helping our seniors. We don't even have a senior center. that they can meet, generally speaking. So this is an opportunity for us to take a step forward. And it's not costing us as much as it costs other relative communities because of the way the negotiation was handled. And you have an option too later on of other projects, as there was concern about the monies going for CPC. You are the group that chooses where that money goes to. Only you. Thank you.
Mrs. Rose, hang on, there's a gentleman behind you. I don't believe he has spoken.
No, but he spoke too.
I'm going to allow him to speak. And unless there is anything new that hasn't been said, I'm going to call for the vote. We spent a great amount of time on this. I think I've given a fair chance for people to speak. Unless there's some unknown information that hasn't been said before, after this gentleman, I'm going to call for the vote.
Good morning, Corey Tripp. First off, from what I was just reading, only half of these units are actually for our senior citizens. The other half is low income, correct? And second off, all these amenities that we're voting for, is that going to be available to every senior citizen in this town of Wareham, or is it going to be a closed community, kind of like a Brandy Hill, where only the people that live in the community have access to the amenities?
Thank you. To answer his question,
Madam Moderator, to answer the question,
to answer the question only.
all the amenities will be available to citizens of the town.
Thank you. Okay, unless there's something brand new that hasn't been said before, is it something new, Mrs. Rose? Because you already had your 2 minutes.
Yes.
Just tell us what the new thing is, and then I'm going to call for a vote.
Okay, I need to correct something that Ms. Whiteside spoke about. Number one, my background is low-income housing. Number two, I served on a committee to build low-income housing for the elderly, probably 7 years ago or so with Sandy Slavin. From both of my experiences, what I have learned is that you can get the state legislature to add money, subtract money, change ideas, if you have enough lobbying power. And so the fact that the legislature turned down with the housing for people who are living in trailers can be changed if people put enough work into it. Thank you.
Okay, I am now going to call for the vote. I think that we've been very fair and we've given people the opportunity to speak. So the article before you is Article 19. The motion is up on the screen to approve this article as printed in the warrant. This requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? The motion fails. Article 24. Article 24, may I have a motion, please? I believe this was a petition article.
50.
Yeah. To read the article as a petitioner.
Mary Bruce was the petitioner for this particular article. Mary is probably down in Florida right now, not coming back. She asked me to speak for the article. If Brandy wants to read the actual motion, I will go ahead.
Okay.
Have you read the motion or you haven't? Have you read the motion yet?
All right, Bernie will make the motion.
Thank you.
Yes, Madam Moderator. I move that the town vote to adopt the following ban on the sale of miniature single-use containers for alcoholic beverages as a general bylaw, and to insert into the Wareham Town Bylaw Division X 13, Article 1, the sale, quote, the sale of alcoholic beverages in containers less than or equal to 100 milliliters is prohibited within the town of Wareham effective November 1, 2021.
Thank you, Bernie.
I have a motion and a second to speak to the article. Mr. Slavin?
The reason this article has come up is because, as we all know, nip bottles on the side of the streets and everywhere else is probably the second most piece of trash we have in Wareham. This article is not going to fix the issue. The problem really is with the bottle bill having nips become a deposit, which would take care of it. But what this is a stopgap, and it is penalizing liquor stores in the town of Wareham. We have on the Cape, I believe, 3 towns that have already passed this. I know for a fact, because I'm involved with the Mass Municipal Association, I actually represent Plymouth County, Cape, and the Islands for all the selectmen. I have most of the members are waiting to see how we vote, and they've all basically come back and said if this passes in Wareham, they will try and bring it before their town meeting, because it would be unfair if we pass this and nobody around us does, because all it requires is to drive 3 or 4 miles to another town, buy nips, and the same thing is there. This is really just a way of saying, we've had enough, let's see if we can get something happening, because right now, nothing's happening. The liquor stores make a lot of noise about they'll do this, they'll do that, but at the end of the day, they make no attempt to go before the manufacturers for bottles, et cetera, and get this done. There are several bills in the House and Senate right now in the state of Massachusetts, which is going to require water bottles to have deposits and also miniatures, et cetera. I would like to see the town of Wareham get on the forefront and start this going. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything further to be said on Article 24?
Howard Smith, Precinct 4. I firmly think we should vote something like this. 4 years ago, myself and a few of my neighbors got together and not 3/4 of a mile up on Main Street by what they call Clark's Crossing Bridge. We spent 4 hours. We filled the back of a 1-ton dump truck with nips. We did not get them all. I can take any one of you up there right now and see if you can walk 15 feet off the side of that road without slipping and falling because of the amount of nips that are there. So please, let's start this. I know business people are not going to be happy about it, but they're going to make $1 on something else, so they lose a nickel. They'll make $1 somewhere else, believe me.
DJ Wilson, Precinct 3. I want to talk about a couple issues. I am in favor of the ban on the sale of nips. Number one, just as a point for people to know, is that recently the Attorney General did approve Falmouth's bylaw to do the same. So the Attorney General is okay with this. On trash, May 21st, I walked from the Narrows Restaurant to the Indian Neck Road, and just on one side of the road, I picked up 146 nips. I didn't pick them up, I apologize. I counted 146 nips. And so that was quite a lot of nips. It was pretty amazing. But that does lead into the next problem. The next problem that doesn't get talked about a whole lot is that most likely the people who threw these nips out of their car were actually driving the car. So it is a public safety issue that we have people driving around and drinking a nip and then throwing it out of the car to get rid of the evidence. That's why we see nips on the side of the road. It is not the people living in their house throwing out the nip. It is not someone walking by. It is someone driving a car and consuming alcohol at the same time. So I urge that people vote yes.
Thank you.
Matthew Westgate, 17th Street and Onset. Madam Moderator, through you into the residents. We can continue to punish businesses and punish folks who obey the rules by banning things. We continue the banning, there'll be nothing left to ban. We won't be allowed to do this, that, or the other thing. I just don't think it's fair to consider a ban for folks that are obeying the law. Maybe the community acting together as they've come together to clean up the beaches, clean up other trash, or the police working to penalize people to do it. I realize it's a hard thing to monitor and police, but there's going to be an undue punishment and an undue harm to folks who are obeying the law. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you.
My name's JC Weber, I'm from Onset, and I just wanted to follow up. I think people will still buy their alcohol, they'll just buy smaller bottles, and instead of mixing their drinks in their car and throwing the nip outside your house, they'll be mixing their drinks at their home. So I urge people to consider this ban. I think the businesses will be okay.
Thank you. Is there anything further to be said on Article 24? Seeing no one standing, oh, we have one more. I'm sorry if you see me pulling this down, but I can't see all the way to the back unless I have my glasses on, and if I put this up, I can't see through the fog. So I'm sorry, I appreciate, all your effort, but I need to see who's up back.
Hi, Manny Castro, Precinct 4. I've been in the beverage industry for 22 years. I do not service any accounts in this town, but talking with many retailers, the sale of these items does matter. It pays for their staff, it pays for a lot of things. To eliminate the 50 ml or 100 ml below, you force somebody to buy a bigger bottle. If they are consuming it in their car to hide it, now they're consuming even more. I just feel that we have a trash problem, a litter problem, I agree, but that will continue. People will buy something else and continue to throw it out the window. We need to address the litter problem, not the 50 ml.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Moderator. Jess Ellis, Precinct 2. I'm just going to echo what the last speaker said. This is not going to fix the problem. If we put a deposit on it, it will fix the problem. You don't see, aluminum cans. My house is on Onset Ave. I pick up dozens and dozens of nips. I hear all the issues. I don't want people who are, DUI on our roads any more than you guys do. But that's not going to fix the problem, and it's going to put more people out of business. And after the year we've had, we can't afford to lose more businesses in this town. So I urge you to vote no.
Hello, Corey Tripp. As somebody that goes out every single weekend and cleans up the trash along the sides of the roads, there are thousands and thousands and thousands of nip bottles. And for anyone that drinks, if you honestly believe people are walking in to buy a single nip to make a single drink, that's not true. Most people are going in buying sleeves at a time so they can pound them back and whip them out the window. We've cleaned up the same road multiple times within a week and find hundreds more nips. This is a problem. And for people to think a company is going to go out of business because they can't sell a nip, that is unheard of.
Seven, 6, 5. What every woman likes to have a new thing now and then. Is there anything further to be said on Article 24? Seeing no one standing, I will call for a vote. The motion before you is to adopt the following ban on the sale of miniature single-use containers, as you see up on the screen. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? It passes by a majority. Okay.
7.
Article 7, the budget. May I have a motion, please?
Yes, Madam Moderator. state,
Page
22.
20.
Yes, Madam Moderator, I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate from levy, state, and local receipts the sum of $61,665,718 and transfer $875,000 from the Water Pollution Control Enterprise Fund to fund the FY22 budget as presented in the administration handout.
Second.
I
Or
have a
the
motion
Finance
and a
Committee
second.
handout.
And I think somewhere I have a handout. I do.
Well, I have more action.
No, I've got it. To speak to the article?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Can everybody, can you hear this?
Louder.
I'll just speak loud on this. This is the annual town meeting, Article 7, the FY22 budget. It has by far been the most reviewed article. I'd like to take a moment to thank all those that have made a balanced budget possible. School and town staff, they've worked tirelessly adjusting their plans and programs to fit available funds. The Board of Selectmen, the school committee, sewer commissioners, finance committee, capital planning, and other dedicated volunteers. And I'd like to thank you for being here as well after last crazy 18 months. If you remember the last budget that we had to pass in June as well, we had to bring in free cash, which usually we don't, because we anticipated losing state revenues of up to 10%. The good news was those revenues came in level funded. It's one of the few times that level funding is good news when it comes to revenue. So that's what's helped make this budget cycle a better one, where instead of cuts, we've been able to work with the different departments, bring some things forward that we know have been asked for, such as a assistant town planner. Why? To help focus on grants and more projects for this community. One of the other items is you've probably called departments before and said, hey, nobody's picking up. Well, guess what? When we have one clerical staff member, they go out on COVID, they go out on maternity, who's there to pick it up? So we're starting to put in a floating clerical position. And some departments are busier than others at certain times of the year. So a position like this makes sense that doesn't sit in just one department and moves through the others. You know, this has been a very interesting year. Crafting this budget, which we had accomplished almost 3 months ago, and now sitting here before you, I'm just happy we're getting it done before the end of the fiscal year. And again, thank you to everybody that's helped make this possible, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you. Before I ask if there's any questions on the budget, as we normally do, we'll go through the budget, and it's usually just the expense side is what we vote on. I will go through the departments, and if someone wishes to speak to any one of those, please raise your hand. We'll mark hold, and we'll come back to it, and we'll talk to that particular line item. So under expenses, town meeting, wages and expenses. Selectmen's wages and expenses. The town administrator's wages and expenses. The finance committee expenses. The reserve fund. The town accountant's wages and expenses. The audit. The assessor's wages and expenses. The revaluation expense. Treasurer wages and expenses. General services, wages and expenses. Legal services. Personnel services, wages and expenses. The wages or expenses? I can't hear you, Mrs. We haven't gotten to town planning yet. I'm sorry? All right, I'll slow down so you can look them up. The personnel services and wages and expenses, I believe, is number 14.
The way the Madam Moderator is reading this is how it's set up for the Department of Revenue recap. This is the Finance Committee, how they put it forward, which I believe is more of an alphabetical order, not set up as we do for the Department of Revenue. So I think that's where the confusion lies.
Mr. Slavin, you'll have to go to the microphone because I can't hear you. State your point. I went through last night. I'm sorry, I probably could have pointed out to you what number they were in your warrant.
This is what is in the report. If you want to read it that way, start all over.
You want me to start all over?
Well, wait a second, yeah. Because that's what we have.
Okay.
When reading my point of order, number 14, the way it was headed, I thought it was part of the town planning, so my hold will be on 15, not 14, sorry.
I didn't get them. Okay.
Assuming what Bernie is right, why don't we just start from scratch, beginning with accounting total, administration total, yeah, so. Well, you're not gonna get people to vote for you.
Yes.
So-
What I can do is I'll go through this, and then I'll reread that when I take a vote. Would that work?
Sure.
That work? Okay. All right, I think we came up with a game plan. In your handout, which this is my notebook and what I go through. On page 22, as the town administrator said, when we take our vote, the budget has to be set up the way DOR, Department of Revenue, wants it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the way you have it. Again, I'll start at the beginning. And then when I call for the vote, I'm going to read it the way the Department of Revenue wants us to vote on it, and that's how we'll vote on it. So for the purpose of a discussion, I'll go through this, and I'll start at the beginning again, if that's helpful to everyone. I believe it's on page 20. 22. It's in your warrant. You should. The Finance Committee is the warrant. What you have before you and what we vote on is the Finance Committee report and what we're voting on. So what's in your warrant is what we're voting on. And at the end, when I vote, I'm just going to vote it in the order that the Department of Revenue would require us to vote, in a different order. Okay? Is that helpful? Okay, accounting salaries. Accounting expenses. Administration salaries. Administration expenses. And now I need my reading glasses, but I'll do my best. Administration, administration total. Assessor salaries, assessor expenses, audit, treasurer collector, salaries, expenses, information technology, salaries, expenses, communications, so I don't confuse myself, town clerk, elections and registrations, salaries, expenses, town meeting, salaries, expenses, finance committee, expenses, legal, human resources, salaries, expenses, town planning. Did I hear a hold? A hold on town planning. Okay, on town planning salaries, expenses? Hold. All right, we'll hold on the whole town planning. You're on the salaries? You are on the salaries. Okay, so we're on salaries for hold. You're welcome. Please keep me straight, because this gets confusing for me too. Selectmen, salaries, expenses. We have a hold on salaries or expenses? Or both? There's no salaries, so you want expenses? Okay.
For clarification, what Madam Moderator meant was the selectmen are not paid.
Yeah.
There's 1.5 FTEs in the department, so 1.5 clerical staff members, but the selectmen are not paid a salary.
All right, we'll hold the selectmen. We'll come back to the selectmen. You withdrew it? Okay, so we'll cancel that. Okay. Human Services, Board of Health salaries, expenses. We have a hold on that. Council on Aging. Commission on Disabilities. Veterans Council. Was the hold on Commission of Disabilities? Okay. Yes, we have a hold on Council on Aging. Police Department. Salaries. Expenses. Department of Natural Resources, salaries, expenses. Inspections, salaries, expenses. Public Works, salaries, expenses. Municipal maintenance, oh, that's under that department. Snow and ice removal. Street lighting. Do we have a hold? You want to hold, we'll come back to it if you want to talk to it. All right, we'll come back to municipal maintenance. Library, salaries, expenses. Historical Commission, Joint Town Services, fixed costs, employee benefits, medical and life insurance, retirement contributions, school budget. I think that takes care of it. I just have to go. Did I miss something? The debt line? School debt? Do we have,
School debt, regular debt service?
you want me to hold that?
No, I mean, we gotta call them out.
Page 31?
We gotta go through all the benefits.
Maybe I have it. Oh, okay, total debt cost? Right here? Okay. Okay, joint town services, debt exclusion, debt principal, interest on debt, total debt cost, total fixed cost, employee benefits, medical and life insurance, retirement contributions, education, I think that does it, right? We got them, okay. Now I have to find my other page. Back to the holes. Missing a page. Okay. So back to the holes. Someone asked if I was going to vote on the other ones. No, I'm going to hold off till I'm going to read it the way Department of Revenue wants to and then take the vote on that. Right?
Let's go through the holes.
Okay. So the first hold I had was town planning.
Eddie Pasevich, 42 McKinley Street, District 1.
Can you speak a little louder, please?
Yes, I have a question with town planning salaries. How many employees work in town planning?
To answer the question,
We have the town planner, now an assistant town planner, the not natural resources, what do you call it, the conservation administrator, and a clerical member.
Is there assistant town planners working now?
There is not.
There is not.
You've
So-
asked what the salary for next year.
I don't know. Going down the salaries, it's the same for last year as it is for the upcoming years, $245,998. And what you just said was that for 3 employees or 4?
There's 4. We deleted a part-timer as well to make it work.
So 4 employees are getting 245,000?
Yes, correct.
That seems to be excessively high. I'm just trying to go through this in my mind. 4 employees and the $250,000, round numbers, is around, what?
60-some odd thousand
Yeah,
dollars?
you're right, 60 to 70,000.
Yeah.
And you had said there was a clerk in there.
Yep.
Well, let's put it this way.
Joe.
What does the town planner get paid?
Ken?
We have seats in here, so they can come in and sit here. They don't want to come in?
Do you have yours? I thought it was about 109, but I could be off.
To answer the question, it's about 109,000.
And just another question, you said you had the conservation in town planning?
Yeah, the conservation, if you remember, Eddie, back when we put, sorry, Mr. Pasevich.
It's all right.
We put it back, we put conservation, ZBA, planning, we grouped them all up into one department.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Yep.
Alan Slavin, 36 Oak Street, Wareham. My question really was that in 2021, the budget number in 2022 is the same. I think Mr. Sullivan may have partially answered it, that he's removing one person out of there. So with the assistant town planner, we're still going to have $245,000 overall salary budget. It just seemed a little low considering what an assistant town planner would earn. The reason I ask is to make sure that we do get one.
No, Mr. Selectman, I've got, there is a budget document that I bring forward to the Finance Committee, the Board of Selectmen, that we all vote on. That budget document is online and is what this looks like. That's what we've been voting on every year. For some reason, this document did not make the handout. We're in a bit of a pickle here, folks, because frankly, we don't have any more time. We have to set a balanced budget. I did not create this document. I'm a little frustrated because a lot of people worked hard on this, and I think there could be some of the Scrivener's errors in there, because I've got on mine, which makes sense on this for the planning community development, that we have a 302,050. So Eddie, that would be closer to the 70 grand, if you will, on there. I actually don't know what to do on this one, because if I could print out my budget for 200 people right now, we would be golden.
I guess the question for the moderator is, if we have to pass the budget at 245, are we
Mr. Slavin, I can't hear you. You need to speak louder.
do my best with the muff that's on this. My question really is, if we have made an error on the dollar amount for the salaries under the planning, are we going to be able to hire an assistant town planner if we don't have funds in the budget for it? I understand that there was an error made. I understand that we've had like 5 or 6 different town meetings come and go.
Here's what we're going to
But I still want to make sure that what we do is correct.
do on the screen. There's going to be a motion to amend it to look like that.
My understanding is we can't increase the number unless we have a balance off there to keep a balanced budget. We'd have to cut somewhere else.
Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to give what Mr. Sullivan has for his budget and see if we can get it up on the screen.
So just to explain, let me take this off. Just to explain how the budget works. When we vote up there, it is the sort of bottom line number. That's what we'd be acting on. I apologize to you because in my 10 years or 11 years, nothing like this has happened. So I'm really, this is on, no matter what document it is, it's on me to make sure that the right information is in front of you. So what I would ask respectfully of the body, so that you know what we're going through, is I'm going to email this to our IT director, my budget, how it's laid out. That's what we'll be acting on, so you can actually see it in front of you on this screen. Again, I'm going to do that right now. I apologize, and nobody is more frustrated than me. I see you shaking your head, sir, and I apologize. I'm very frustrated, too. So, you're telling me to hurry up. I'll hurry up. I apologize. We going down to Larry's for lobster rolls?
Yeah. Now, just raise your hand when you get it up because I can't see the screen, so. Yeah, and just so you
Matt,
know.
I just sent it.
Yeah. In planning, this is what we go through and come up with for town meeting. It's not an easy process, and sometimes things do fall by the wayside, and you know, we do apologize for it, but it's really a difficult situation trying to get everything together and make sure we do have it together. And usually we, you know, 4 of us look it over, and some long days and nights. Up on the screen, Matt? Not yet? I'll let you know. Okay, appreciate that.
Elizabeth, I just emailed you back. Can you do early July or something? Can you do early July for a meeting? Would that be, okay. Thank you.
I know. When you run a company, you know what it takes to run a company, no matter how many players there are.
I appreciate it.
I'd love to sit down.
Well, I couldn't do it till after July 1. Because we have to wait for it. So you'll see it on the town website under jobs and vacancies.
Yeah.
What you should do is every
Yeah.
I feel like we should be playing Sweet Caroline or something.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Hang on, please hang on. We have town planning on the floor, which is why we're stuck, because it was brought up for a hold, and that's what we need to discuss. Point of order in the back? Do you have a point of order? Yeah.
Could we move to table this? And then we could take another one and then come back to it? So I make a motion to table the warrant, the budget article.
You want to table the warrant?
Someone want to second it?
Okay. Yeah, we could do that. Well set? Okay. Okay, so we were on page 25, I believe it is. Town planning. Well,
It's the department, the DOR one, what's on the screen.
So the yellow column would be the one where you'd be voting on. The yellow column would be what you're voting on.
yeah.
The extra, we don't vote on the revenues, but I can go right through all the revenue for you. That'll take in time. Matt, if you go all the way up to the top, please. And I'll run you right through the budget the whole way, how you get revenue.
You added an expense on your budget on screen.
No, I did not. This is the budget that we're voting on. That's part of the motion. What the finance committee had in there was a Scrivener's error. So if you look, they didn't bottom line theirs. But I can go through all the revenues. This is the one. It didn't, what happened was, that's just the number they had in there was incorrect.
Go to the microphone and state your point, please. Want to turn that microphone on, please? It's on.
Thank you. Madam Moderator, through you and to the residents and to the gentleman. Are we suggesting that we vote on something that wasn't published and vote on something that we have to peek at on the screen? Because shouldn't we be voting on something that's published?
That was not published.
This was not published.
No, your warrant is what's published. The warrant does not have the numbers in there. It warns you we're going to talk about the budget. What you have is the Finance Committee handbook that was prepared. What was printed in the papers, the newspapers and everything, is the warrant which just said that you will be voting on the budget. It does not give you a number. So what you take in action here is what matters for the numbers.
So you're asking that we vote on what you have in front of us and not what we have here?
Correct.
Thank you.
Sir, did you want to go through the revenue line by line?
I think there was someone else for a point of order, and I don't know if she stated her point.
Well, Madam Moderator, I did make a motion to table, and it was seconded. But if you choose to ignore that, that's fine. I don't understand why we can't vote on what we've been looking at, and then in the fall, make an amendment to it.
If you go back to when I opened the meeting, I cautioned you that the warrant that you have before you is the subject matter that we're going to talk about. And the subject matter isn't necessarily what you have in your warrant, what we're voting on. And this is why we put it up on the screen, because what we're voting on is on what the motion is on the screen. Sometimes people make amendments or some things change. And so that happens at town meeting on many warrant articles, which is why you need to understand and why a moderator tries to make it clear when it comes time for the vote what you're actually voting on. So what you have in a warrant, it just alerts the people to what we're going to get together and talk about. It doesn't necessarily mean that's the final vote.
Madam Moderator, I understand that, but point of order. I believe you were the one that said we can reduce numbers, but we cannot increase numbers. That was a decision you made that is past precedent of you. So I'm just saying, I don't understand. We've all been looking at this one.
Ms. Extra, if I could clarify.
Whatever, yeah.
This was not printed in the warrant, what they said before. But I want to say is that, as you know, Brenda, you've been a part of this. We start setting the tax rate in September. And I understand it's frustrating. What we need to do, though, to keep on track, so we try and get this done every year. Yes, you have the October town meeting, but if you remember, we're meeting with the DOR in September. So I understand we've been in the same shoes. So I appreciate it.
The gentleman at the microphone, do you have a point of order?
Jeff Burrows. Is there any change to the grand total of the budget because of this Scribner error?
The motion you had on the screen it would not be different. What you do with this is we vote on the overall number. You'll see it's a $70 million budget. On the motion, you'll see close to what, 61 million, because you don't vote in the money the state takes back. Also, this budget shows your Upper Cape Cod Tech budget, which you don't vote because you've already voted it before. Because if you voted in this one, you're double appropriate. So this is the accurate one with the balanced budget.
So the balanced budget is not going to change?
I'm sorry, sir, I didn't hear you.
The balanced budget will not change?
The balanced budget will not change. What we have in the motion that was on the screen before is accurate. That will not change.
So you're arguing, well, you're discussing an error on a line item?
Correct.
But the grand total did not change. It's just an error in the line item?
Right. We're discussing an error that was printed.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, let's move on. Floor is yours. There was a hold on planning. I think we're all set with that one. So the next one was, I believe, Board of Health. The person who asked for a hold on Board of Health, did you have a question? No? Okay. The next hold was, I believe, Council on Aging.
Hi, Holly Van Ness from Onset. I could see those figures up front, but not so much here. But I wanted more clarity on that 42,500, which was what was on the printed. I see here it's 40,000 or 40,000. And I can also see that that's mostly wages and no expenses. So I just wanted to understand the thinking behind a town that has 50% seniors, how we keep having such a low amount going towards the Council on Aging. I understand about our low tax rate. I understand about the budget constraints for everything else, but I'd like to understand the conversations that are going on that we end up with 40,000 for seniors in this town.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That went back to the override attempt back in 2014.
I understand, but why is it that it's the senior line that continues to stay so low?
Well, we also get additional about, it's almost 60, Missy? About $60,000 from the Commonwealth that gets put into there. And I understand 100,000's not a lot. Working with the COA, what we've done is put forth going towards a director and building it up from there. I know.
Is there any kind of plan in place to continue that increase? Or is it just year by year we get what we get? Because I would really like to see a plan for how we're going to improve services for seniors in this town.
Holly, knowing you, we can map it out pretty well. So.
Well,
Carl Schultz. Mr. Sullivan just made a reference to something that happened in 2014, an override. I don't know what that is. Could you explain, please? And
Yes,
how
sir.
and how it's relevant?
Right, and I'll try and do it quickly because I've taken up a lot of your time and I apologize. In 2014, an override attempt was brought before the citizens of this community, which included increasing funding to school, police, municipal maintenance, the Council on Aging, and
Library.
Library, oh, I'm in trouble. Library as well. Those main features. It passed town meeting, but was overwhelmingly defeated at the at the ballot, about 2-1 at least. 3-1. So. Seven years ago, I don't know, 150, 200? Ma'am, I don't know.
I think the question was how many people were at that town meeting for the override gets voted at the polls. So it would have been the general population that would have voted, and they did not vote for a town meeting. You know, it comes before a town meeting, and then it goes on a ballot, and it was voted down. All right, no more side conversations. Do you have anything more, Mr. Slavin?
Just as a clarification, the Council on Aging, we know, has been a difficult thing for quite a while. We know the funding is one of those areas that we've unfortunately cut and haven't been put back. Just so everybody understands, this is information only. Wareham has now been classified as an age-friendly community. We put that together, myself and Missy, et cetera, and the council group. Was done this past year. It basically allows us now to go before hospitals and other organizations, foundations that provide grants to Council on Aging. We're looking at those funds to increase what we have. Obviously, somewhere down the line, when we get a community center, we will have a senior center there as well. Thank you.
Okay, I believe the next hold was Commission on Disabilities.
Hello? Okay. This reads like you need a PhD for it, so forgive me, but you can't hear me.
You need to speak up and speak really loud.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, this reads like a PhD. You need a PhD, so bear with me. But it says total general government, $3.2 million. Then if you equal the Board of Health, it's 230,000. That's a far difference, and I'm on the disabled end, and there is literally nothing for the disabled, the Council on Aging, or the veterans in this town. And we just had things like High Street repaved, crosswalks weren't put back. So I was wondering if this town had, in the budget, you can get grants, disability grants, to get these things. I was wondering if you're going to use those, and if it's actually in for this year. Because it's unsafe to walk in this town if you're not able-bodied.
To answer the question only, I believe she was asking if there were grants available to apply for the Commission on Disability.
And are you going to use them?
Grants are competitive, so if we apply for them, there's no guarantee that we
But
get
have
them.
you applied for them?
I don't think that we have any that are open right now that we've received.
Okay, because there's nothing, this town isn't safe for people that aren't able-bodied. So maybe you could put that into your finances. Thank you.
Okay. I believe the next hold was municipal maintenance. Just vote on the screen.
Who patched it up?
Michelle Rose, District 1. My original question had to do with the fact that when we first talked about the budget here, we talked about the fact that there was a little more money, and so what they were going to do is hire a person to be an assistant development person who would write grants. Now I find out that's not true, and
Ma'am, I'm sorry to interrupt, and I really shouldn't. It is true, we have that position, that's in planning.
But that's with getting rid of one of the people that already works there, or is that from the budget itself?
No, we deleted another position to make sure we had the assistant planning position.
Okay, so, all right, fine. So my question has to do with the fact that when I'm looking at some of these line items, both the ones that you posted on the screen and in here, it's really not a true picture, because you just said that Council on Aging gets an additional $60,000 from the state, which would mean that the town budget for Council on the Aging is $100,000.
30 seconds.
There's nothing there, and I know I've worked on state budgets, that it's revenue and expenses, and you put in all of the revenue. You don't say, oh, we only have $40,000.
Ma'am, that's
Unless
inaccurate.
you're hiding somewhere in here.
20 seconds.
It's an elder services grant we get every year.
Yeah.
But you can't budget a grant because you don't know from year in, year out. We do
Do
not
you
budget.
put it in your audit?
Yeah, it's in the
I
audit.
mean, when you put together budgets, which I have done, you put in your revenue. Or maybe you put in an estimated revenue. How many times have you gotten that grant?
Time
Sorry.
to answer a question if you care to.
For the years that I know, we've always received it. But if I put that in this budget, we would have to put revenue in there. I can't book that as a revenue.
It is revenue.
It is not by municipal standards.
It is by municipal standards.
Answer it?
Yeah, I can probably.
Town council will address that issue. He's willing to.
I don't know if willing is the right descriptor, but anyway, Rich Bowen, Town Council. I understand completely what you're saying, but I think what the difference that's being lost here is what you are voting on today and what I can't even see. Well, it's gone. What you're voting on is an appropriation, not a total budget. Even though it's called a budget, really you're voting on appropriations. And so grant money that comes in is, yes, it's a revenue source, yes, it gets spent and along with the terms of the grant, but it's not an appropriation. You get money from the state for a particular purpose.
Right.
It does not have to go through town meeting. It has to be spent in accordance with the conditions that the state establishes for it, which is why you're not voting on that number. So it's not, somebody used the word hidden, I don't think that's the appropriate description. What you're voting on are the things that are appropriated from the tax revenue. You're voting on things that are borrowed. You're voting on things that are transferred from existing funds. Those are appropriations. If it comes from the state as a grant, it's not an appropriation for town meeting to act on. That's why it wouldn't be in there. It's not that it's hidden. It's just that it's something you don't have to vote on. Maybe it works differently up at the state, but in municipal finance, which is closely watched by the Department of Revenue, by the way, and the town's auditors, that is the standard and correct practice. Thank you.
So we don't know what the total expected revenue for this town is.
The total expected revenue for the town is the amount that you appropriate. Grant money that comes from the state, you worked for the state, you know how that can go. It could be a lot one year, it could be a small amount the next year. No one knows, except maybe the state. But what you are voting on are the appropriations, and that is standard municipal practice. Thank you.
But still, we don't know what the total amount of
Thank
revenue.
you. Thank you. So I think there was a hold on, where are we? Municipal maintenance? Okay. think those were all, right? That's it, okay. So now we need the motion on the screen. And if we vote just the motion, that's going to satisfy DOR as presented.
I move to approve the motion made by Mr. Pigeon in the format required by DOR.
Derek, want to make that motion?
Can I make a motion? No, I have Bernie.
Okay,
I'll stand next to Bernie.
yeah.
Bernie?
We're going to fix this motion so that it meets Department of Revenue, so I don't have to go back and go through that whole yellow list. Turn it on. Oh. No. Okay, I'm going to ask Mr. Pigeon to make the motion, so I don't have to go back and we have to go through this line item by line item. Mr. Pigeon. No, you're not on.
Madam Moderator, I move the motion as read previously, and, oh gosh, I got
In the format required by DOR.
in the format required by DOR.
I have a motion and a second on Article 7, the budget. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? Passes by a majority.
Madam Moderator, before we proceed, your indulgence, please. I'd like to apologize to the body for this turmoil that has gone on here, for that error in the Finance Committee report. And I apologize to the town administrator for what he had to go through to correct that error and assure us of the appropriate appropriation. I've been going through this for many years, as has the town administrator, and by the color of our beards, I may have been at it a little longer. And this is the first time I've experienced this error, and now the town administrator has experienced his one time, so we'll go better forward. But please accept my apologies for this inconvenience. Thank you.
Thank you. Article 11. Have a motion, please.
Yes, Madam Moderator. I move that the town approve and fund the collective bargaining agreement between the town of Wareham and Wareham Sergeant, NEPAB Local 1821.
Have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing no one standing, I will call for a motion on Article 11 to approve the union contracts. It requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? Passes by a majority. Article 14.
Madam Moderator, I move that the town approve this article as printed in the administration and planning handout.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to speak to Article 14.
The article,
Article 14, drive-through in a commercial strip district.
It's on page 13 of the administration planning handout.
the planning board held public hearings on the proposed bylaw amendment with the latest on April 12th, 2021. The planning board heard input from the public and deliberated on the proposed change in the zoning regulations. The planning board recommends this amendment.
Mr. Buckland, would you make sure that planning gets a copy of that to the town clerk, please? To speak to Article 14?
Howard Smith, Precinct 4, West Wareham. And this article regarding drive-ins is going to affect that whole area. I just want to bring it to people's attention. A number of years ago, there was a citizens group that got together and tried to limit some of the zoning and changes on Cranberry Highway, starting with West Wareham and working down. For a few years, they were effective and did kind of control it. This is just going to turn around and go the other way again. I just talked to so many people that come into town and say they like the Wareham. They come in. They don't want to see all this stuff. We'd like to keep a little bit of green somewhere along the highway. We got stores down the other end that are vacant and so forth. Let's try to move some of the stuff around. Again, let's open up the East Wareham, do that stuff. Let's try to keep one area in town somewhat natural. Thank you.
Is there anything further to be said on Article 14? This does require a 2/3 vote. I will try for unanimous, and if not, we're going to take a hand count. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? If the tellers will come forward, we're going to take a hand count. All those in favor of Article 14, please hold your cards up. This is in favor. Did you get the, what's that? Did you get the ones on the stage? 103 in the affirmative. All those opposed, please hold your cards up.
What was the vote? What was
102.
Well, it takes a 2/3 vote, so
It fails.
I don't see what difference that is.
Fails, right?
Well, it doesn't have a 2/3 vote.
This article requires a 2/3 vote. It did not pass by 2/3. This article fails.
All right. What's up?
14?
No, we just did.
We just did.
Oh, that's why I'm going, why 13? 13.
Wait, you want to do it again?
Yeah.
No.
Article 13. May I have a motion on Article 13?
No.
Yep. It's not coming up.
Madam Moderator, I move that the town approve this article as printed in the warrant.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. To speak to the article, Mr. Buckland.
Proposed bylaw amendment. The planning board held public hearings on the proposed amendment on April 12th, 2021. They recommend this amendment. There was a previously submitted a change in the bylaw as a result of a recent project. The applicant was issued a building permit for a two-family dwelling, which only attachment between the two units was along breezeway. The belief is that the use of the building code definition for attachment of the units of each other does not conform to the community standards. Consequently, the definition of multifamily units is that they share demising walls, common walls, that are separate but attached to the units. An architect was on the planning board that drafted the revised definition.
Thank you. Is there anything to be said on Article 13? If not, I will call for a vote on Article 13. It requires a two-thirds vote. He did. Yeah, he did give her planning board report. All those in favor of Article 13? I will try for unanimous. All those opposed? It is unanimously passed. Article 22.
Madam Moderator, I move that the town approve this article as printed in the warrant.
Second.
I have a motion and second.
Do the next one following it, because they're
To speak to the article?
Jackie Nichols, Precinct 4. Excuse me. We are the Charter Review Group, formerly known as the Charter Review Committee. Our mission is to review the town charter and update as necessary to keep up with the changes in standard practices and technology as our community continues to grow and evolve. Every 10 years, the town charter tasks the selectmen with appointing a charter review committee. We were not appointed until the fall of 2019. We started weekly meetings in November with an 8-member committee and continued our work after a hiatus of 4 months due to COVID as a group of 7. We held open meetings, we presented a public workshop, and all of our work has been on file with the town clerk and at the Town of Wareham website since September of 2020. Our members are a diverse group, which includes former town employee to current employees. One member has been involved in town committees and boards for many years and became a member of the Board of Selectmen during our work. 2 others served on town commission or represented the town on a regional board. 2 remaining members had never served on any town commission or board. One was a longtime resident, excuse me. The other was fairly new to town. We soon realized that this, excuse me, composition of varied experiences and perspectives was very important to the work of the group. We'd also like to honor the contributions of member Nan Evans, who died earlier this year. Nan loved this town and she loved the law. She brought that perspective to all of our meetings. What you will read and hear about and what we are presenting to the town is the culmination of this work for your consideration. It was an extraordinary effort by a great group of people. We are proud of the final document, but we are even more proud that in a time of increasing divisiveness in our country, we came together in a professional and civil manner and were able to listen to each other and come to agreement for our community.
The committee had several goals we established at the outset, and we believe that we have accomplished those. We hope to make the document known as the Charter more clear, concise, user-friendly, and up-to-date, incorporating and clarifying any previously approved changes. We are recommending creating appendices which contain the original charter reports, the description of how the charter was adopted at town meeting and by ballot, and the summaries of changes to the document made to date, which were previously inserted into the document but not a part of it. These appendices represent the history of the charter but not the contents. For the town meeting, we have submitted 2 articles for approval. One which represents housekeeping or editorial changes to the document, and the second which contains substantive changes to the document. This format of 2 articles has been discussed with the town council as well as the moderator, and is, we believe, the least cumbersome way of recommending the changes we believe are necessary. Our first article incorporates all those changes that may be primarily deemed editorial, such as capitalization, punctuation, formatting, word order, repair of Scrivener's errors and spelling. Those changes are documented in a chart on file at the town clerk's office as well as online. Our second article contains the substantive changes we are recommending, and those changes are also on file with the town clerk and on the website. Those changes include amending the charter's different sections that deal with when the fall town meeting shall be held, changes in the membership of the capital planning committee by substituting the town finance director for the town accountant, adding the word sewer commissioners as elective officers, rewriting the section dealing with the Board of Assessors to correctly reflect the duties and responsibilities of the elected body as well as the Director of Assessment.
20 seconds.
Recommending the town clerk become an appointed position appointed by the town administrator, specifies the appointment of the sewer superintendent made by the town administrator, recommending that the Board of Road Commissioners be abolished, which duties will revert to the Board of Selectmen, specifies that the Board of Selectmen only have the opportunity to affirm or deny the appointment of department heads made by the town administrator, clarifying the language concerning the proposed removal of a town administrator, adding language enabling more regular review of the charter to ensure timeliness, clarifying the procedures and record-keeping and meetings of multiple member bodies, adding the definitions of terms used in the document, clarifying the removal or suspension of employees, removing the section referring to the executive secretary to the Board of Selectmen, removing the section, no section, last sentence referring to publication. We held open meetings, we presented public workshop, and our work has been on file with the town clerk and at the town website since September of 2020. Madam Moderator has indicated she will present the 2 articles we are recommending in much the same way as she has the town budget presented. She will read the heading of the section, ask there are any holds. If there are, those sections will be held for discussion. Subsequent to the discussions, the sections will be voted on. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look in the administrative handout, the changes to the sections are in there. On page 23 and 24. '24 and beyond. Is there anything further to be said? On Article 22.
It's page 24 in the administrative handout, and it's page 48 in the warrant, just to clarify.
Seeing no one standing, I will now call for a vote on Article 22. This only requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. I'm sorry, please raise your hands with the fan going. All those opposed? Passes by a majority. I'm going to take up the next article only because with the charter changes, they go hand in hand and reflect on both. So because they're intertwined, I want to move to Article 22 with this further charter changes. Page 29. 29 in the handout.
Yeah, 29 in the handout and 49 in the other.
And 49 in your FinCom report.
Madam Moderator, I move that the town approve this article as printed in the warrant.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. To speak to the article?
Same speech.
Jackie.
My apologies to the body. I actually included this part in my last statement.
Okay. Okay, someone's going to have to walk me through this too, because I have several different, I have as finished.
That's what you're looking at.
Okay, so the change, okay. The powers of the town, section 1 through 4A. The intent of the voters is what has changed.
You're going to be asked for holds, Claire?
Yeah, we could go through and ask for
Let's
holds.
just read them off now.
Okay. Section 1.4, which is the powers of the town. Section 2.3, which is the legislative branch changes. Section 2.5, sections A, C, and D, which is committees. Section 3.1 is elected officers, general provisions. Section 3.2, appointing powers of the select board. Section 3.5, the Board of Assessors. Did I hear something? No. Section 3.6, which is the town clerk. Section 3.7, B and D, which is the Board of Sewer Commissioners. Section 3.9, which is road commissioners. Section 4.2A, which is the town administrator's power and duties. Section 4.2, powers and duties. Section 4.2B. Section 4.4A, which is removals and suspensions. Section, hold on, removals and suspensions? Okay. Section 7-1, which is charter changes, general provisions. Section 7.5, which is uniform procedures. Section 7.6, which is definitions. And Section 7.9, which is removals and suspensions. And 8.4 is a transitional of when this all goes into effect. Okay, so the first one was section 3.2, which is appointing powers. Person that wanted that held has a question. Was 3.2, appointing powers of the select board, I believe. No one wishes to speak to that?
Nope.
Okay,
Pass over the whole.
pass over the whole. Section 3-6, which is the town clerk. What's that? If you wish to speak to the line items that were held, we're going back to them now. So we're on section 3-6, which is the town clerk.
Just for a point of information, the entire proposed new charter starts in the administrative handout on page 43. So you get actually a look at the entire document as it would appear with all of the changes. Sorry, it's 48, page 48.
Okay, we're on the town clerk.
Yes, my name's Dave Evans.
Can you speak a little louder, please?
Sorry, my name's Dave Evans, live in Precinct 3, and I'm glad that my late wife enjoyed working on this charter committee. I do remember years ago an impassioned discussion at a town meeting about this business of making the town clerk an appointed position, and it was not voted down by the assembled citizens then. And I feel that we don't need to remove any more positions in town hall from being elected, and having everybody appointed by the powers that be is unnecessary and leaves all the residents of Wareham a bit out of control of what's going on. And so I'm not in favor of making the town clerk an appointed position.
Hello, Jim Manise, Cranberry Highway. I have some concerns on this as we tend to be centralizing the decision-making of upper-level appointments to the town administrator. He's part of an overall team. And I think if we're going to move to an appointment, it should be by a team and not an individual. As far as I can see, we have no hiring plan or process to oversee this, where there would be a committee and then make recommendations to the board based upon how many applicants, who the applicants were. Basically, all they do at this point in time is send us on appointments who they want to appoint. We don't see who the applicants were, the 3 best applicants or otherwise. And I think in positions like this, town administrator, assistant administrator, police chief, we should have a greater say before the appointment. And so at least the people in the town have an option to vote up or down if they like the individual's job and they feel it's a good performance. And a person has to sell themselves to the town if they're voted in as to why and what their experiences were. So I can't, as it's written and presented, vote in favor for it. Thank you.
My name is Eddie Pasevich, 42 McKinley Street, District 1. I'd like to make an amendment to this motion to keep the position of town clerk to an elected position. Several years ago, this was tried to make this, by the way, the last elected position we have in the town is the town clerk, to make it appointed. I think it should be kept elected, since it's the last one we have in effect. Thank you.
Mr. Pasevich, we don't need that as an amendment. If you want to keep the position as it is as elected, we just vote this down. We're going to go through all of the holds, and when we have a discussion on a hold, we'll take an actual vote on that hold, and then we'll go back to the ones that are not held and vote them as a unit. So we don't need an amendment. If you vote in favor of it, the position will become appointed. If you vote in the negative, it will stay as elected.
Is that for the entire article or just this particular issue?
No, this is on on section
3.6.
3.6A.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Hello again, Peter Teitelbaum, Precinct 3. I support the change. We've lucked out the last couple of times with the nature and quality and the work ethic of the clerks who've been elected. But I can tell you that going back in time, you can find that we've had some real doozies in that office that the citizens voted for. Records missing, people driving around with their station wagons full of town records. This is essentially a functionary position. This isn't somebody who gets involved in policy. This isn't somebody who really speaks on behalf of the town. So the town clerk's responsibility is to keep things like vital records, records, for example, of this meeting. That's why she's up there writing down the motions and how they came out. It's not a political type position. Now, selectmen, it's as political as you can get. I can attest to that after almost 10 years of doing this. But the town clerk position really shouldn't be considered in the same light. Now, the other thing, to a previous speaker's point about having some say in what happens here, and I don't want to cross-pollinate too much, but there is another portion of this article that talks about who gets to approve these appointments once they're recommended by the town administrator. Now, when you take the town clerk position and you make it appointed, the town clerk goes from being an elected official to being a department head. And if you look further into this article, you'll see that department heads still will need to be ratified by the Board of Selectmen. So there is that check and balance on the administration. If the town administrator comes up with somebody that we don't think is qualified, we don't have to approve them. So you still have that ability to stop somebody, from getting in there.
Mrs. Whiteside?
Yes. I would like to mention the fact that over a third of the towns in Massachusetts have gone to appointed town clerks because of exactly what Mr. Teitelbaum said. It is viewed as an administrative job. It's not one that needs to be need to bring, I'm the most popular person in town, so I get to be the town clerk. There are hugely different laws than when this charter was first written and when people, we actually had a town, what's his, John's title? Finance director who was also elected. Now, that in today's world really doesn't make much sense to me. We should have somebody who is knowledgeable and trained in what they do. And just as an aside, although she will not speak to it, the current town clerk is 100% in favor of having this portion of this charter changed so that that position is in fact appointed.
Michelle Rose. Everything is politics. And what was shown by the last special meeting was most of the members of the town, I guess there were almost 1,000 people there, did not agree with what the selectmen wanted. So what I'm saying is, why should we now turn around and say, well, leave it to the selectmen because they make such wise choices? Anyway, I totally disagree, and I totally disagree with anything to be appointed, including dog catcher, by the selectmen. Thank you.
You want to clarify something? And to clarify only?
To clarify, oh, can you hear me? Yeah. To clarify only, the appointment would be made by the town administrator and ratified by the selectmen, or not ratified by the selectmen. It is not a position that would be appointed by the Board of Selectmen, just for clarification.
Thank you.
Patty Neal, Onset, Mass. And as a disclaimer, I work in the town administration office here for the town of Wareham. Town and clerk, as it is written now, doesn't even have to show up for work. She collects her pay, makes sure the door's open, and that's it. The presidential election that we just had, with all of the electronic voting, the mail-in, and everything, is not something that someone just coming in off the street can do. We need the qualifications. We've got poll passes now. The town clerk used to do birth, deaths, marriages. They're now responsible for making sure that zoning issues are filed with time limits, making sure time limits are followed. Freedom of information, making sure that the rest of the departments in town, if they have to give documents to people that request it, that they're done in a timely manner. This isn't just something that you could come off the street and do. I've worked for the town for 20 years. I wouldn't step into that position for anything. It's a very difficult position. The other thing you need to understand is, if you have an issue with the town clerk, if you're treated rudely or anything like that, there's nothing the administration or any of the administrative parts, selectmen or anybody, can do about it. You, the public, have elected that person. You have to wait 3 years or call a special election to get that person out.
30
They
seconds.
are not responsible. The town administrator is not responsible for their behaviors or their attitudes. It is the people in the community. You put them in, you have to take them out. And it's just not the same job it was when the charter was written.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Tricia Wirtz.
Can you speak up a little louder, please?
Better? Better. I'm just short. Tricia Wirtz from Briarwood. I guess we call it Zone 1 or Section 1, Precinct 1. So, and this is my second town meeting since I've lived here, so please excuse anything that I might say the wrong word with. First of all, I want to thank the people who've done all the work on this charter. I know that's really hard work. I'm here to tell the people who have put together the handouts, et cetera, for us to work from. It is almost impossible. You speak so fast, we're going through different documents. We are having really a hard time keeping track of where in these documents you're even telling us to look and talk about. There are pieces in it that it says the Selectmen's Board recommends this, or, and then there's nothing. It's colons and nothing. So please, I would ask, whenever the next town meeting comes together, not only should the financial handouts look at how they're being formatted, this is really tough. I need to make a decision on whether I vote yes or no based on what little these people have said, because it's almost impossible to find what's being talked about in those handouts. That's it.
Thank you.
One of the reasons that we took a look at the town clerk position is because, as has been said a couple of times, the charter, when it was originally created, town government was very different. The responsibilities of the town clerk were very different. As time has gone on, and as it does go on, the responsibilities of the town clerk become more and more and more, and it's become much more of a professional position that you need to have a certain education, certain skill set in order to properly do what needs to be done. And I have to give kudos to our current town clerk. Since she's been in office, all the elections that we've had and everything that we've gone through with COVID and everything, I think she's done a wonderful job. Which is not to say that I want to make this an appointed position for her, but it's for us, because this is a professional position. Not anybody can walk in off the street and know exactly how to keep records and how vital it is that our records are kept properly and that we communicate with the DOR. She does a lot of liaison and stuff between us and the state that people don't know anything about.
30 seconds.
And that's all I have to say.
Holly Van Nest from Onset. I was also the clerk of the Charter Review Committee. As such, have had a lot of conversations about whether or not this should be an appointed or elected position. For myself, I am a professional customer service representative. I work with people on Medicare, helping them to understand how Medicare works. If I don't provide 150% excellent customer service, we hear about it. And as such, because I give such a high level of service, I expect that kind of service pretty much everywhere I go. And if I have an issue in a town department, I want to talk to the person responsible so that we can figure out what needs to happen and how to fix it. With an elected clerk, there is not that person. Yes, you can talk to the clerk, but if that person doesn't want to do anything, as somebody else said, we are left with waiting 3 years to elect a new person, or going through a very cumbersome recall process. I don't think most people are interested in going through that kind of recall process. What we want are results. And if you have, I mean, I have a supervisor in every job I've ever had, and most people do. And if they're not doing their
30
job,
seconds.
the supervisor hears about it. If you make this an appointed position, there is a direct line to supervision of this position so that there are better results predicted for all of town residents, not just the few who might want to do the work to get a recall petition going. So please vote to keep this, to change it to a appointed position.
Thank you. Is there anything further to be said on section 3.6 regarding to the town clerk? You have 30 seconds left. 13 seconds, I'm sorry.
I think that the people who have been talking about the fact that it should be an appointed position are actually saying that the Wareham voters don't have the knowledge or the expertise to be able to choose somebody that's professional. I don't know what the selectmen do. I'm saying, what you're saying is we're not confident in our residents, which probably leads to, results in, a lack of confidence in Wareham. Thank you.
Madam Moderator, Jess Ellis, Precinct 2. I don't think that that's what this charter is saying. What the charter change is saying is that, honestly, we, as the average Wareham resident, have no idea of the minutia of the town clerk job. And that's true. I don't know what the mandated response time for Freedom of Information Act is. I don't know what the mandated response time is when she gets a request for information from the state. We don't know that. We don't know what she needs to do her job, and what she's doing is keeping us from getting sued. She's maintaining the records, maintaining all of our business functions, and making sure that the town is functioning in a way that is required by the state. I am not qualified to figure out if the people running for town clerk know what they're supposed to do and are able to do it. Theoretically, the town administrator at least is a little more aware of the requirements and is able to determine if somebody's got the requisite experience. So I would echo the people who are saying this is a needed, necessary change, and we need to vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you. I am going to call for a vote. I think that we've given some opportunity to everyone. So I'm gonna accept a motion for Section 3.6A regarding the town clerk.
I move that the town approve Section 3.6A as proposed.
Have a motion and a second. If you vote in the affirmative, it will make the town clerk's position appointed. If you vote in the negative, it will stay as an elected position. This requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? Passes by a majority. I think the next one was on hold was Section 3.9. Sewer commission, I'm sorry, 3.7. Sewer commissioners. Somebody could ask for a hold. If not, we'll pass over it. The next one was sewer commissioners. No one asked for a hold that I heard on that one. We're on the sewer commissioners, which was 3-7B and D. You want to go back to what, 3.7, yes, D.
Jim and East Cranberry Highway again. It has to do with,
Can you speak louder, please?
I can. It has, the 3.7D has to do with appointment of the sewer superintendent and responsibility of the town administrator. Change endorsed by the commissioners. We again elect a board of sewer commissioners. I think they should be part and party to the hiring process previous to and not after the fact. I don't know if any of them will address that. And again, I'm seeing more and more a centralization of appointments and positions and becoming autocratic. And not that I don't like Mr. Sullivan, but again, I just haven't seen a hiring policy which describes the process or committees or otherwise on how we do this, how we do hiring of upper-level employees. And this concerns me. I worked at Bridgewater State University, a very large institution, and we had written policies and procedures for hiring. And I would like to see more of this. I don't know if this doesn't really address it. And, you know, I guess the sewer commissioners endorse or affirm the appointment. So again, it's just a process, and it's a general And most of my concern related to the hiring and appointments is in this line of not having a hiring policy in place that I've seen, a written hiring policy. Thank you.
Then they should speak to it.
Yes, to assure Mr. Muniz and others, the sewer commissioners actually were asked their opinion on this change or proposed change to the charter, and they unanimously supported it.
In the back?
Just as a matter of clarification, the sewer commissioners do have the chance to ratify the appointment by the town administrator. And as far as hiring policies are concerned, they're not in our charter because we have a human resources department. We have hiring policies that are connected to that, and we're not part of the charter.
Thank you. If there's nothing further to be said because it was held, again, we'll take a vote.
Madam Moderator, I move that the town approve Section 3.7D as proposed.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to keep the recommendation in the charter as the charter changes. The affirmative will keep the change to being appointed by the town administrator, and a negative vote would be whoever hires them now. I don't know who does. I don't know. So all those in favor of the change, please raise your cards. Requires majority vote. All those opposed? Passes by a majority. Section 3.9, the road commissioners, there was a hold. Someone wish to speak to it? This is the road commissioners. We have a report. We have a report, or? I guess we don't need a report. It's not a bylaw, a zoning. To speak to Section 3.9.
Thank you, Sandy Slavin, Precinct 3. I believe the road commissioners need to stay as road commissioners. I'm not sure if it's the Board of Selectmen or Select Board. I keep seeing those words mixed back and forth, but the road commissioners do their job. And their makeup does it. Maybe a town employee shouldn't be the chair or the clerk. But they meet during a work day, in which a lot of the road commissioners are employees for the town. If the selectmen do it, then they'll be meeting with the selectmen at night, or the selectmen have to have a second meeting during the day. I just think our road commissioners are doing a good job, and we should keep them there. Thank you.
The reason that this came up is that when we were reading the charter, in order to make the charter make sense, the road commissioners is the only one that's mentioned in the charter. We went before the Board of Selectmen and asked if we could move the road commissioners to the general bylaws of the town. And at that point, we were told by the Board of Selectmen that they would prefer to take it back. And that is why it's in here, because the Board of Selectmen had asked for that. And Town Council had told us that it was not appropriate to move it from the charter to the bylaws, where it probably should be.
Eddie Pasevich, District 1. Madam Moderator, I don't have 3.9. It ends at 3.8.
Have the handout, there's 3.9 in there.
Page 27.
it's in the hand, Mr. Pasevich, you're saying that in the handout you don't have 3.7 B and D?
No, 3.9.
I'm sorry, 3.9?
Page 27 of this one.
That's because they're taking it out. They're removing it. That's why it's not in there, I believe. Where's Mrs. Whiteside or Jackie? Is that why it's not showing? Is because if we vote for it, then it removes it? On page 27, I believe?
Okay, I've got it on 27. It wasn't following in the other sections. Very good, thank you.
Okay.
I print what they give me. I print what they give me.
Jim Manise, Cranberry Highway. I think that two different documents showing two different things, but I'm just here to speak to the point of the road commissioners being appointed and remaining as a committee. As a selectman, there's a lot of information you have to read and become familiar with, and as it is now, road commissioners have the Department of Municipal Maintenance Director on it, the police chief on it, and also the Director of Planning as voting members. Maybe they should be ex officio, but that's neither here nor there. I believe that they have responsibility to the town, and they do a good job at it. They have regular meetings. Sometimes it's difficult transitioning, and whether we take it over or they run it as it is, as the Board of Road Commissioners, then we would still need information from the town employees. So I'm saying not to support this. I will be voting against it.
30 seconds.
And thank you, Madam Moderator, for letting me know that. And to keep it an appointed board as it is. Thank you.
Hey there, Jared Frederickson, Precinct 5. It's my stance on this.
Can you speak a little louder, please?
Oh, sure. So, the way I see it, the Board of Road Commissioners have done a fine job in their position, and there's no reason to make a change or give their authority over to the Board of Selectmen. There's been no specific reasoning behind this decision, besides citing some paperwork from previously. But the way I see it, the Board of Road Commissioners have done a fine job. And there's no reason why we should be eliminating municipal boards completely in favor of moving their authority to different boards when it's not really necessary. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Moderator, as going through this and some of the others, I've noticed that we're referring on the new version of the charter to the Select Board. My question is, in the Chart 1, did we officially change the name of the Board of Selectmen to the Select Board? Because I believe that has to be done as a vote of this actual body, because the whole charter everywhere and the Mass General Law, et cetera, talks about the Board of Selectmen. If we're going to change it to the Select Board, I believe this body should be voting on that.
No, nothing goes into effect until after we end this town meeting and the Attorney General reviews everything, so nothing goes into effect. So
I understand that. What I'm saying is, if you look at the information we have, it says Board of Selectmen all over the place. Then in the final version, all of a sudden, it says Select Board. We've not voted to change the name of the Board of Selectmen to the Select Board.
To speak to the issue.
It's
would
not
you
a
clarify that for him, please?
May I clarify that, sir?
Go ahead.
Under Chart 1, that was one of the things that was changed. We made all language in the charter gender neutral insofar as was possible. So the term, anytime there was a term he, it went to he, she, or It was named specifically by the position. In other words, instead of saying he, the town administrator, it was town administrator. The aim to make it gender-neutral language was one of the very top priorities of the committee.
Again, I don't believe that this particular body here would have any idea that we went ahead and changed the name of the Board of Selectmen to the Select Board. Mass General Law are working on maybe making the change. As a member of the Board of Directors of the Mass Selectmen's Association, we went ahead and did change in January of this year from the Mass Selectmen's Association to the Mass Select Board. We had a vote on it. We just can't change things arbitrarily. I believe this particular item should have come before this body. Thank you.
Okay, we're on the road commissioners.
Madam Moderator, Howard Smith, Precinct 4. And for the record, I am a road commissioner. I was specifically asked by members of the town hall and so forth. I ran a business in town for 46 years. I have been on the fire department for over 50 years, so I kind of know my way around town a little bit, I feel. The road commissioners, 7 people, most of them are town officials, municipal maintenance, and so forth, who does a fantastic job too. But, you know, we deal with parking, we deal with speeding, and so forth and so on. We're a small board. We have no budget. We have no expenses. We just try to go out and do our job as civic-minded people. We go out, we spend hours sometimes looking at projects, looking at areas, trying to evaluate the problems and see if we can come up with solutions. We have spent hours, I have, on situations where I've sat there and taken photographs. I've gone back 2 or 3 hours later and taken photographs. I've gone back later. We put a lot of time and effort into this, and I don't think we're doing a bad job. And I will say something that I said way back when I first heard about this proposal. No offense to the Board of Selectmen, but you people have enough job to do for yourself. Let us do our job. Thank you.
Hi, Peter Titlebaum, Precinct 3. This is the one charter change I do oppose. I don't know how many people remember how this turned into a separate board of road commissioners back in the day. I think it was back in like 2010. The selectmen at the time were doing things that were being construed as political decision-making when it came to making decisions as road commissioners. And, you know, there's 2 ways you can deal with that. One is you can vote the people out at the next election, or the second alternative is to take that power away from the Board of Selectmen. So that's exactly what happened. They took the power away from the Board of Selectmen. There was a prior town meeting. They voted, nope, we don't want you guys making these decisions anymore. You've politicized it too much. We don't like what's coming out. And so the separate Board of Road Commissioners was set up. Now, I know it's difficult because you have to chase down 3 town employees who have other duties to make the meetings. I know that, you know, it's typically a power that is reserved to the Board of Selectmen under state law. But I would caution anybody, you know, to jump back on this, because if you put it in our hands, we are political. There's just no 2 ways about it. We get elected. When it comes to voting, you know, for your selectmen, is that something you want to just have to think about as well, as in addition to everything else? How are they going to behave as road commissioners? You know, who are their buddies? What decisions are they going to make? That was the logic for taking it away in the first place. Frankly, I don't want it back, because I don't want to be pressured by people to do things and have to, you know, weigh the political consequences of it. Right now, you've got a volunteer road commission. They do the job. I don't hear too many complaints about them. Sometimes maybe people wish they would act faster, but by and large, I think they do a pretty good job, and I would just leave it alone.
Thank you. Is there anything further to be said on Section 3.9 road commissioners? If not, I'll call for a vote. If you vote in the affirmative, then you will be supporting the charter change to remove the road commissioners from the charter. If you vote in the negative, then the road commissioners committee will stay in place. This
Madam
requires.
Moderator, I'd like to make a motion. I move that the town vote to approve all unheld items.
No, no. Now, this is for the road commissioners. Go back to the ones you were making for the other sections.
I move to approve. 3.9 or 3.7?
I move to approve 3.9.
I've moved that the town approve section 3.9 as proposed.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. So as I said, if you vote in the affirmative, then you're changing the road commissioners and taking it from the charter. In the negative, you keep the road commissioners. This requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? It fails by a majority.
Now, Madam Moderator? How many unheld items left? Unheld items left?
We have, yeah, we do. We have the town administrator, powers and duties, removal and suspensions, and definitions.
For each of those, you will make an affirmative motion. We did.
Yep.
No.
Okay. So we'll go through those. We'll finish this one, and then I'm going to give everybody a chance to stand up and take a break. So we are on the town administrator, section 4.2A, town administrator, powers and duties.
I'm enjoying this confusion. Are you here to straighten things out?
Someone asked for a hold on that.
So, for the unheld.
All right, we'll pass over that. The next one is section 4.2B, powers and duties. Someone asked for a hold.
Okay.
I'll pass over that one.
Yeah.
No discussion.
Looks like you're talking about that.
Section 4.4A, removals and suspensions. Seeing no one standing. 4.4A. Four 4A.
Hi, Jim Anise here again, and the only concern I have with this is it talks about 4 members of the select board, where the language as written says 75% of the board. So if we're put in a position that a select board member, for some unforeseen reason, they passes away or whatever, or they become very ill, we cannot take action. You need a supermajority. That's what 4 members are. So you need everybody, but with 75%, you could still take an action with 75% of the remaining board, which would be 3 out of 4 then. So that's my concern with it. It's might be minor to some, but it also handcuffs the select board from making any changes with the loss of a member until they're replaced, either elected, or, re-elected, had to have another election, or they came back. So it just
30 seconds.
That's my point on it. 75%, you could still have an action. But with 4 out of 4, you need 100% vote. Thank you.
Is there anything further to be said on 4.4A, which is the removal and suspension of the town administrator? The new section in the charter that the select board can remove or restrict by an affirmative vote of 4 members. If you vote in the affirmative, this is what the new charter change will be. If you vote in the negative, then it will be whatever is in the old charter. Yeah. Yep.
Madam Moderator, do you want to?
I just need to clarify something. If you have 75% of 5, you have 3.75 people. So the language was changed not to take anything away from anybody, which might be a concern, but it actually was, how are you going to have 3.75 people vote?
Madam Moderator, I move the town approve 4.4A as...
I don't think we can hear you.
What?
I don't think we can hear you. Want to redo your motion? Okay.
I move that the town approve 4.4A as proposed.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for section 4.4-4A, All those in favor, please raise your cards. It requires a majority vote. All those opposed? Passes by a majority. I think we have one more. I think the last one is section 7-6, which is definitions. This defines the charter, days, department heads, emergency facilities, fixtures, general laws, majority votes. So we're on -7-6 was asked to be held.
Again, Jim Manise, Cranberry Highway. And I don't know how many people here are really familiar with the definitions, but we have some which are fixture and describing a fixture or facilities. It's, a fixture is anything that's fixed to the ground. So that's very broad-reaching as defining a facility. So, you know, it's just, they're very general. I'd like to make sure, too, that as we move forward, that we don't discontinue using our local papers, you know, local circulation, and making sure the town voting, you know, people receive their information. And we're going more to just posting online. And so when you look down at media, it's redundant on saying bulletin boards, which we have to anyhow, and the internet. So, and it does say include newspapers, but it doesn't require it.
30 seconds.
Not everybody is hooked up to the internet, especially people of an aged population like myself, which I am hooked up to it. So, you know, just food for thought. I think we should be careful about ensuring that everybody gets proper notice and not everybody goes to the town meeting website, or the internet. Thank you.
Time. Thank you.
Just to clarify, that section media is really just defining what media is. But if you look through the rest of the charter, any place where something is required to be disseminated to the public, we have listed that a summary shall be posted on the town clerk bulletin board, on the town website, and in local media. And that in local media can include any of those things that are in the definitions, but it's not limited to that. They need to be posted on the bulletin board, on the website, and in local media. So we want, and the goal being to reach as broad a swath of population as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything further to be said on section 7-6 definitions? Yes.
I just want to clarify that every one of these definitions was approved by town council to make sure that we actually were talking about the things that we were talking about. And I would point out that under item J, it does include newspapers, bulletin boards, radio and television, and the internet. So that was a concern of many of the members of the charter group, that a third of our seniors may not have internet access. So the dissemination of information was very, very important to this group.
Okay, seeing no one else standing for 7-6 definitions, I will now call for a vote. If you vote in the affirmative, you are voting for the change in the charter. If you vote in the negative, that it would stay the same. Mr. Pigeon?
Which one do they want? I move the town approve section 7.6 as proposed.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. I'm sorry, raise your hand. I'm so used to the other way. Please raise your cards. All those opposed? Passes by a majority. Now we're going to go back to all of the ones that were not held. Mr. Pigeon?
Madam Moderator, I move that the town vote to approve all unheld items and those held items for which no one rose when the moderator called for discussion.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? Passes by a majority. Let me get my papers out of the way on the charter. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to just quickly stand up and stretch. I know it's been a long meeting. And our next article will be number 8. Thank you for your patience. I know it's difficult. What's that? Yeah, we are. We're doing 3 meetings in one, actually, due to COVID. If you leave the room, I want you to be absolutely sure that you check back in, or I need a teller by the door to check your card to make sure you're coming back in as a registered voter.
Could be an I or not. By code enforcement. Yeah, I think it goes right there.
I know.
Your hand's so cool.
He should be in here anyway to help count if we need him. Well, if there's nobody in the room. If there's nobody there.
I just wish I could go.
Okay, let's try to move on, if we can.
Yeah.
So we can get out of here.
Let's rock and roll. Michelle, what's up next? 8. EMS. Oops.
I'm about ready to. Okay, if you would please take your seat. I think we can get through the rest of them pretty quickly. I lost my pen. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to take your seats, please. And we're going to be on Article number 8. Wish we could go back to the days when we used to serve refreshments in the hallway. But then we went 6 nights in a row. Article 8. Article 8 is coming before you. Article 8, Mr. Pigeon. Article 8.
Yes, Madam Moderator. I move that the town vote to approve the amount of $1,402,180 to the Emergency Medical Services Salary and Wages Account, $387,125 to the EMS General Expense Account, and further to authorize a sum of money in estimated receipts of the Emergency Medical Services account to be used to offset said appropriation in accordance with Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 53E.
Second. I have a motion and a second to speak to the article.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Why this is not in the budget is this is what's called an offset receipt. So the revenues that they generate from the charges is what helps pay, is what pays the costs associated with it. And whatever's extra goes into the general fund towards free cash. And you want to, if you've had to use them, frankly, it's an amazing service for our community. So, thank you.
Is there anything further to be said on Article 8? Seeing no one standing, I will call for a vote. This requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? It is unanimous. Article 3. Article 3, where is my deputy moderator?
We took that as a consent agenda, didn't we?
Joe?
Yes, Madam Moderator. I move. Hold on. Oh, that's right, it's her.
All right.
Hey, happy birthday.
Oh, thanks. Well, now we turn to order, and I have a motion on Article number 3.
Yes, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town vote pursuant to general laws, Chapter 41, Section 108, to set the compensation of certain elected officials as follows. Town clerk, $85,000. Registrar, $700. Town moderator, $120 per diem.
Second.
To speak to the article? Gentleman in the back?
You were looking for...
Oh, this is the, we do this every year, and it sets the salary for the town clerk, the service of the registrar, and the moderator.
And can I have the vote of the Board of Selectmen?
No, go ahead. I don't have that. Charter. Too many papers, too many papers.
Board of Selectmen recommended this article 500.
Was there a recommendation from the Finance Committee?
Have it in a moment for you. Finance Committee voted approval, 800.
Is there anything further to be said on Article number 3? Speaker at the microphone?
Jim Manise, I would just like to know what the
We
previous...
can't hear you. Can you
I would
talk
like
a
to know
tiny bit
what
louder?
the previous year salary was for the town clerk, what the percent difference is between last year and this year, and comparatively, how the salary being proposed compares to surrounding towns. It probably would be in line. I just want some information on it. Thank you.
To answer the question?
Thank you. I believe this fiscal year was 75,000, so it is proposed at 85,000. That's 10,000. I don't know the percentage-wise. Do you want me to calculate it, Jim? Okay. So, as far as surrounding communities, I don't have the whole of that in front of me. I apologize.
Speaker at the mic.
Carl Schultz, I have a question. I don't understand the wording of this article, as I believe we just voted the town clerk to be an appointed position. Yes, but this says elected officials.
To answer the question?
Yep. Until the special legislation to approve the charter changes has been authorized by the legislature, which may be 3 to 6 months out, the position will remain as it is, elected. When the individual's term runs out, which would be another year, that individual would be able to apply for a job as an appointed official.
Okay, so that going back to the previous article, I didn't understand that. So it won't become an appointed position immediately. The current town clerk will fulfill the term and then it will become an appointed position.
Yes, she will fulfill her 3-year term and then can apply.
That makes sense. I just didn't understand that.
Thank you.
Seeing no one further standing, I will now call for a vote on Article number 3. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Or raise your cards. All opposed, please raise your cards. It passes by a majority vote.
Thank you. Just so you know, the moderator in Falmouth gets $5,000. Article 17.
Madam Moderator, I move that the town approve this article as printed in the warrant.
Have a motion and a second. Is there anything to be said about Article 17? Mr. Swenson?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Richard Swenson. I am a Planning Board member and a Redevelopment Authority member. This article requests town meeting to endorse the 2020 Wareham Master Plan. To be clear, the responsibility to create, approve, and maintain a master plan is tasked to the local planning boards per Massachusetts general law. That being said, there has been significant feedback to our planning board that the master plan should be brought to town meeting. Some background. The goal of the master plan is to provide guidance to local government, landowners, citizens, and developers. A good master plan will help promote predictable growth, as well as help set priorities for infrastructure and public facilities. It is intended to be a dynamic visionary document, constantly adjusting for a changing and evolving community. It is critically important to understand that the master plan is not a bylaw or a regulation. A little history on our master plan: it was last approved in 1998, 20 years later, with the help of the Southeastern Regional Planning and Economic Development District, or SERPED. Public input was solicited and an updated master plan was generated, and a draft published in April of 2018, but never approved. In August of 2019, the Planning Board did an extensive review of that draft master plan. Updates were made, and it was approved by the Wareham Planning Board in January of 2020. And this article has been waiting since then to bring to town meeting, so we're glad we're finally here. It's currently posted on the Wareham Planning Board webpage. This master plan consists of mission statements, future land use vision statements, and 8 specific categories of goals and strategies, and a governance process. The 8 categories of goals are land use, economic development, service and facilities, stewardship and service, transportation and circulation, housing, open space, and natural and cultural resources. Those 8 categories contain 20 specific goals and 56 different strategies on how they could be accomplished. Some key points I want to make people aware of. The master plan goals and strategies can appear to conflict with each other. For example, open space goals versus industrial and commercial development goals. And all master plan goals and strategies are not unanimously supported by all Wareham citizens. Usually it is a matter usually it is a matter of where versus what. The 2020 master plan does provide guidance and vision to the implementation of those goals and strategies and management of any perceived conflicts. Going forward, each Wareham Planning Board agenda now has an agenda item for public input on master plan updates. To that end, we, the Wareham Planning Board, encourage and look forward to more citizen participation as we work to evolve and maintain the Wareham Master Plan as a document accurately reflecting where our community wants to go. I encourage town meeting voters to endorse our current master plan via this article, and more importantly, work with the Planning Board to help define the future of Wareham. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you. Is there anything further to be said on 17?
Madam Moderator, Alan Slavin, 36 Oak Street, Precinct 3. I would ask this body to approve this particular master plan program. It's critical to all the boards, committees, commissions, elected or appointed, in order to have basically an outline of where the town wants to go over the next 5, 10, and 20 years. Also, when the town has to apply for grants or programs for funding for state and federal, it's critical that you have a master plan in place that is at least less than 5 years old. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything further?
Madam Moderator, my name is Carl Schultz. I'm also a member of the Planning Board, and I'm here to speak in support of asking the town to endorse the master plan. I also encourage you to read it and think about it. Many of you stand up at these meetings and talk about how things that are happening diverge from your view of where the community should be going. This is one document that's out there that states direction for the community, and I encourage you to pay attention to what it says because it guides the thinking of the boards. So please do support it and do take the time to understand it. And I also encourage you, as Mr. Swenson said, to bring any of your comments to the planning board because this document will evolve over time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle Rose. The thing that concerns me about this has to do with where the Finance Committee recommends recommendations. And it says, we advise the Planning Board to examine various areas of our community that could potentially offer opportunities for large commercial development. Our tax base is predominantly residential, and increased commercial investment would enhance revenues without significantly impacting additional services. We just had a special meeting just about this large commercial development. And the fact that the master plan is kind of giving the Finance Committee, et cetera, a chance to just bring in large commercial development is of concern to me. And I would hope it would be of concern to other Wareham residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything further to be said on Article 17, which is the endorsement of the master plan?
Madam Moderator, may I respond to the previous speaker?
I don't think she had a question.
No, there wasn't a question, but a comment.
Okay.
With respect to the commercial development, we have 83% of our single-family homes pay our principal taxes. If we had a large commercial development, it would significantly impact our revenues and to the benefit of everybody. We think it's potentially profitable for the community to evaluate certain areas that may house commercial development that is acceptable to us. And we're encouraging the planning board to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. If nothing further to be said on Article 17, I'll call for a vote. It requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? Passes by a majority. We have one gentleman that...
15?
Article 15.
Madam Moderator, I move that the town approve this article as printed in the warrant.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. We have a report from the planning board.
Madam Moderator, Ken Buckland, Director of Planning and Community Development. The Planning Board held public hearings on the proposed bylaw amendment, and the latest being on April 12th, 2021. The Planning Board had input from the public and deliberated on the proposed change and recommends this amendment to the zoning bylaw. The zoning bylaw amendment has fairly narrow applicability. It's one current option is for the use of this bylaw is that at the Smithers Vincent lab, which is adjacent to this school property, the lab would have to go through the state licensing process and through a special permit application to obtain permission for the marijuana testing lab within their existing facility. They've been in business in the town of Wareham for over 50 years. In the meantime, Tika School is slated to close in January of 22, so the time when there will be a conflict is narrow. But this will allow the Smithers Lab to proceed with the state licensing process.
Thank you. To speak to the article?
Thank you. Nancy McHale, District 5, or Precinct 5. I rise in favor of this article. I retired from Smithers. They're a wonderful organization. they are exactly the kind of industry that you want to support in this town. So I would ask for folks to vote for this article. Thank you.
Thank you.
Corey Tripp. I stand in favor of this article. Smithers, and if anyone looks into it, the CCC, Cannabis Control Commission, how stringent the security that is needed for any type of marijuana establishment. There is zero, what's the word I'm looking for? Any worry about the kids at this school for the next 6 months. This school is closing. Smithers is also, I read in the paper just recently, is offering the town to buy Deacon's Elementary School in the future. I think it's a great opportunity for business in this town. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything further to be said on Article 15? Seeing no one standing, I'll call for a vote. This does require a 2/3 vote. I will try for unanimous so that we don't have to take account. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? It is unanimous by a non-counted vote. Article 4, revolving funds. We did.
Madam Moderator, I move the town vote to approve Article 4 as printed in the warrant.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Speak to the article.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. With the Municipal Modernization Act, all these have already been approved by bylaw, came to town meeting to be approved by bylaw, and what we do annually is set the limit. So you can see the revolving fund, who has the authority to spend, revenue sources, use of the funds, the spending limit, and then what happens to the balance. So, thank you.
Is there anything to be said on Article 4? Seeing no one standing, I will call for a vote. This requires majority vote. I thought you wanted to speak. Do you want to speak? No? No. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? It passes by majority.
12.
Article 12.
Madam Moderator, I move the town approve this article as printed in the administration and planning handout.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. We have a report from the planning board.
Ken Buckland, Director of Planning and Community Development.
Can't hear you, Mr. Buckland.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
The Planning Board held public hearings on the proposed bylaw amendment, and the latest being April 12th, 2021. The Planning Board had input from the public and deliberated on the proposed change and recommends this amendment. There was previously an article that was submitted to town meeting that changed certain sections of the zoning article on signs in the town. The Attorney General rejected the bylaw, saying that there was a problem with the written sections of the bylaw that didn't conform with the U.S. Supreme Court ruling of Reed versus Gilbert, Arizona, where it had to be content neutral in the bylaw restrictions that were applied. We did a wholesale change on the zoning bylaw and used a town that got approval for their zoning bylaw, so that we're now covered on the changes in the sign bylaw.
Thank you. Is there anything further to be said on Article 12, the sign zoning bylaw amendment? This does require a 2/3 vote. Once again, I will try for unanimous, which would save us from having to count. All those in favor, please say aye. Raise your cards. All those opposed? Passes unanimously of an uncounted vote.
6.
Article 6. Capital Plan.
Madam Moderator, I move that the town vote to authorize the FY22 capital plan as follows. The WPCF Department of Vacuum Truck costing $430,000 to come from the budget capital line. Department WPCF Dump Truck, $225,000, FY22 WPCF budget capital line. Department WPCF Pickup Truck, $55,000, FY22 WPCF budget capital line. Department WPCF Escoda Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition Repairs, $200,000, FY22 WPCF budget capital line. Department WPCF Generator Platform Grant Match, $57,358, FY22 WPCF budget capital line, for a total of $967,358. No, $967,358. Excuse me. It's been a long day.
I have a motion and a second to speak to the article.
I think the motion's a good explanation of what we're doing here.
Okay. Anyone wish to speak to Article 6? Seeing no one standing, I will call for a vote. This requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? Passes by a majority.
10?
Article 10.
Madam Moderator, I move that the town vote to appropriate $6,375,981 from the Water Pollution Control Facility, WPCF enterprise revenues, and $1,272,603 WPCF betterment revenue, betterment reserves to defray WPCF direct cost, and that $875,000 as appropriated under Article 7 of the Spring 2021 Annual Town Meeting be used for the WPCF indirect cost to fund the total fiscal year of 2022 operation cost of the Water Pollution Control Facility Enterprise Fund.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to speak to the article.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. This is the annual Enterprise Fund Sewer Department budget. It has been approved by the Sewer Commissioners, the Finance Committee, and the Board of Selectmen. There's a breakdown on the back of the administration handout that shows the revenue from grease to ratepayers and all those in between. And thank you very much for your time.
Are there any questions on Article 10? Seeing no one standing, I will call for a vote. It requires a majority vote to approve the Wareham Pollution Control Facility budget. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? It is unanimous.
5.
Article 5. Article 5 is occasional reports. I believe that the
That was consent, wasn't it?
Community Preservation gave theirs in a handout. The school is in the Finance Committee report. I think we have one report. Mr. Hurd? Oh, first we need a motion to hear the report.
So moved.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor to hear the report, please raise your cards. All those opposed, passes by majority.
Page 53.
26.
Mr. Hurd?
Yes. This is a report from the Wareham Public Safety Study Committee. The existing Wareham Fire Station was completed in 1971 and is approximately 6,800 square feet. When it was built, the town reduced the size of the building to accommodate the concern regarding the cost of the construction, which left no room for future growth. There have been 4 previous studies done, but no substantial improvements to the building or upgrades. And there have been a lot of changes, as we all know, to policing and technology during those 50 years. That building is 50 years old. In 2005, after several earlier studies, it was apparent to many that the police station needed updating, and the town awarded Reinhardt Associates a contract for a feasibility study. On June 5, 2007, they issued a report entitled Part 2 Building and Site Feasibility, recommending the following. Number one, use town-owned land, and they recommended the property on Minot Avenue. Sell the existing Route 28 police station at a 2006 appraised value of $1.115 million. And C, build a 32 to 34,000 square foot police structure on 6 to 7 acres of land. Although the study made a good case for building a new police station, 15 years ago, the project was never funded and never proceeded. Recognizing that funds are still tight in Wareham, the April 2019 Springtown meeting voted to allocate 25% of all marijuana revenues and fees for municipal facility use, and specifically called out the need for a new police station. That was followed by a vote in the 2019 Fall Special Town meeting to utilize some of those reserved funds. Article 1, feasibility study, to see if the town will vote to raise, appropriate, transfer, or borrow a sum of money for a feasibility study and/or a preliminary design for a new public safety complex, and to pay for an appraisal of the value of the current facility or take any other action thereto, unquote. A month or so later, a Wareham Public Safety Complex Study Committee was formed to implement the fall 2019 town meeting mandate. In addition to the police, it was essential to include input from all public safety functions in town, including the Wareham Fire Department, Emergency Medical Services, Department of Natural Resources, as well as other town, county, and state services. The committee members include Chief Walter Correa, retired Chief John Walczak, and Lieutenant John Gerard of the Wareham Police Department, Assistant Chief John Kelly of the Wareham Fire Department, Charles Kluber, the Onset Water and Fire District, Dave Evans, Director of Wareham EMS, as well as Derek Sullivan, Town Administrator, Patrick Tropiano, Selectman, and John Foster, Town Finance Director. Citizens include Claire Smith, Paul Gerard, David Hurd, and Dave McClure. Committee members toured the existing station and noted the deficiencies of the building at 2515 Cranberry Highway, which have become more obvious since the last study. According to the assessor's records, the existing building is a 6,856 square foot building on approximately 3.03 acres of land, which was built in 1971. The committee confirmed the previous recommendations that the existing building is outdated and no longer meets the needs of a modern police force. Reusing the existing site was discussed. However, as was explained in the 2007 study, the site was too small to accommodate a new building without tearing down the existing structure. And the cost of moving the entire operation to temporary quarters during construction would be very expensive and would have an unacceptable negative effect on the policing effectiveness in Wareham. The committee, which has tried to meet several times a month, was affected by COVID, and like everybody, had to adopt to Zoom meetings. Prior to COVID, the committee held meetings in Town Hall to gather as much information as possible, and also met with the fire chief of the Wareham Fire District and the Prudential Committee at the West Wareham Fire Station. Members have also taken road trips to visit combined police and fire station complexes in the towns of Sandwich, Duxbury, Dartmouth, Situate, and conducted Zoom meetings with the Carver Police Building Committee. Several meetings were also held with the Plymouth County Sheriff, who has a close working relationship with Wareham due to an agreement to house female prisoners for the sheriff when needed. In addition, the committee anticipates discussions with Eversource Emergency Response Team and Wareham's emergency manager, Patrick McDonald, to talk about the need for an emergency operations center within the police station in the event of a major disaster such as a hurricane. In addition to normal police functions, the committee found that other towns have successfully incorporated centralized dispatch and emergency operations center in their new police stations. As discussed above, a single police building needs more than 3 acres of the existing site to allow for future growth and modifications to the building. The 2007 study recommended 6 to 7 acres. And for a true public safety complex with police, fire, and EMS, at least 10 acres is more appropriate. Police officers are on patrol throughout the community at all hours, so a central location is not as critical for the police as it is for the fire department or EMS, who must be able to reach any call in their service area in the quickest time possible. The committee sought input from Wareham's assessor, Jackie Nichols, and town planner, Ken Buckland, as well as others to investigate and recommend any town property greater than 5 acres. The committee also reviewed private properties that met size and location requirements. The Deacon School property and property owned by South Coast Hospital, as well as the Minot Ave property, met the requirements as top sites. However, South Coast is not interested in selling their property, and the town has other goals for the Deacon site. In the end, the Deacon and school site and South Coast property were eliminated and not being considered, leaving the Minot Ave site that was selected in the previous study as a candidate location. The committee is continuing to investigate financial incentives, including public grants from the federal government, the state of Massachusetts, and SERPID. The committee developed a request for proposal to hire an engineering firm experienced in public safety studies to develop a feasibility study along the lines of the 2007 report. So the next phase will be to award an RFP to an architect engineer who will help finalize the site selection, determine the scope of the project, perform a project needs analysis, spatial studies, and culminate in a preliminary design and new construction cost estimate for the project, which will be taken to town meeting for authorization to proceed. Thank you. Respectfully, Public Safety Study Complex Committee.
Thank you. And this report will go up on the town website, in the town report. I'm sorry, if you want to make a point of order, you need to say point of order, and you need to go to the microphone. No, it's not in your report. Not all reports do get into the Finance Committee report because of the deadline at times. So there are reports that are generally also heard on town meeting floor, and this was one of them. Next article. Article 26. This is a petition article.
Hello, Madam Moderator, and I hate to ask this question because people...
Let's have a motion first.
Okay, I move that the town amended zoning bylaws by adding sections 830 through 844 to Article 8.
Do I hear a second? I have a motion and a second. Do we need a petition? We need a planning board report. Mr. Buckland?
Ken Buckland, Director of Planning. The Planning Board held a public hearing on April 12th, 2021 to hear the public and deliberated on the proposed change. The Planning Board recommends this amendment. The Local Initiative Program is a state program that allows the town to advance affordable housing with scattered sites and projects supported by the community. The Planning Board recommends this and notes that it can be passed by a simple majority in accordance with the new state law.
Thank you. To speak to the article, Mrs. Ekstrom.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I hate to ask this, but I would request extra time to do a presentation. I have a PowerPoint, so you'll have something to look at besides me, please.
Okay. If you want to put the PowerPoint up, but it's still, you only have 5 minutes.
Okay, could you please put it up? Thank you. I've been a proponent of affordable housing for years, but I'm not a fan of 40B, which is the state's affordable housing law, because it essentially hands over a town's control to developers. And even the thought of a 40B sometimes puts the threat where towns would do something that they normally wouldn't. Next. The goal is to get us to reach the 10% affordable housing, which is for households earning 80% of the area median income. We're in the Boston market, so for us, 80% for a single person is $66,000, and a family of four can make up to $95,000 to qualify. These numbers show that it's not low-income housing, it's moderate housing that's affordable. Next. This article allows for us to maintain the character and charm of our villages and our neighborhoods while we fulfill the state requirement. Next. The proposal first is of 830, which would allow residents who own property that's made up of multiple lots, because Wareham increased lot sizes and merged them together, to be able to subdivide if the separated lot is at least 5,000 square feet and 50 foot of frontage, and wasn't on an independent plan, a previously approved plan. Next. Wareham, like most towns, expanded lot sizes to slow growth. Less housing meant less services to provide. Several areas in Wareham, lots were created as 5,000 square feet on approved subdivisions. Then the zoning changed to require 30,000 square feet. If multiple lots were owned by the same person, they were merged together, so their land would be more conforming to the new arbitrary lot size. This is the opposite of what SERPED recommends with smart growth. Smart growth wants towns to build where services already exist while preserving open space. Wareham embraced smart growth a few years back when the planning board worked with a large landowner developer and crafted our cluster development bylaw, which according to the bylaw is, quote, to encourage the preservation of valuable open space and promote the more efficient use of land. That's what this bylaw does. Next. How will it benefit us? Well, 100% of everything built will be affordable, goes towards our inventory. Also, people get to choose if they want to participate. 40Bs usually just get shoved right in, whether we want them or not. This will also provide the town more than double the tax revenue when compared to what we get by a 40B apartment complex. Single-family homes have a higher valuation than apartment units. Next. This is out in Indian Heights, 2 houses right beside each other. The valuations are similar, but one has 10,000 square feet, one has 5. If the 10,000 square foot property chose to subdivide for an affordable house to be built, the town would earn $2,500 more in taxes a year without having to expend any additional services or losing any open space. Next. Wareham needs 130 affordable units. If we build it under my plan, it's 130 units. If we build it under traditional 40B, they build 20 or 25%, and the rest are inline units or market rate. So we get to have to build another 40 to cover those ones, and so on and so on. And that's why we never seem to catch up. Next. Residents in areas where their lots were increased,
1 minute.
were increased from 5 to 30,000, still only need to maintain 10-foot setbacks. So other things that were more offensive than a single-family home could be built. This can be done by right under the bylaw on B and D. Next. The other one is Section 840 in-law apartments. Multi-generational families used to be the backbone of society, but now with the recession, COVID, and wages not keeping up with inflation, people lack affordable housing. More people have moved in with their families, with their parents, even with adult children bringing their kids of their own. Some got approved to build apartments, and some morphed into apartments, and some just had to move into the house and created their own independent living spaces.
About 15 seconds.
Madam Moderator, may I please have a little more time? Another 3 minutes, please. All right, you guys,
Hang on,
I'm just
hang
a
on.
citizen,
Let's
and I'm
not get
trying
out
to
of
help
control.
us.
We've done well. How much time do you think you might need to finish?
I've been going pretty quick, probably 2 minutes.
2 minutes? Is that okay with the body? You have
Thank you.
You have 2 minutes.
The in-law apartments, the ZBA approved them. They got improved with conditions that they'd have to convert them back once the person was no longer living there. And I know for a fact plenty of people have not done that. With 840, we would give people amnesty to anyone who built either without a permit or didn't convert it back in exchange for making it an affordable apartment. Would also allow people to convert parts of their home or put an addition on, as long as it was going to be an affordable apartment. Currently, our zoning bylaw allows lodgers. A homeowner can rent bedrooms out to lodgers. So is an apartment, a one-bedroom or two-bedroom apartment, really that much different? Next. These are what the zoning changes would mean to homeowners. I don't know if you can see that, but in that first example, if the woman who had the 10,000 square feet, if she subdivided her land, she'd be able to sell that to a local contractor for $25,000. An affordable house would be built, and she would be, especially if she's having financial trouble, that would be 10 years worth of her property taxes. Next. The best part of this bylaw is that it sunsets once we hit the 10%. So it's not going to be going crazy. If you remember earlier, I mentioned about the 2020 census. Well, the federal census determines affordable housing counts, and it's updated every 10 years. DHCD updates our affordable units every 2 years. So if we implement these bylaws now, we could fulfill our affordable count in 2021 by building and adding only what is needed, and then it sunsets. And we could stave off all of 40B forced construction until 2030. Then when the federal census came out again, it would be implement for full and sunset. Next. Those are just the things. One more next. There will be naysayers, but the bottom line is we are going to be getting affordable housing. The only question is, do we want to control it, or will it control us? So I please ask you to vote yes on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold applause. One of the reasons the moderators don't allow applause is because if a moderator allows applause, they also have to allow booing and hissing. So we try to keep it fair. And I know it's hard because when someone says something that you really appreciate, you do want to honor them. So my suggestion is after the meeting, go up to whoever you want to clap for, give them a pat on the back and say thank you very much. But that's the reason. I know there was a question that came up once before. People who feel the other way absolutely want to be able to boo and hiss too. So that's the reason for it, but appreciate your thoughts. Anything further to be said on Article 26? Seeing no one stand? Oh, okay.
Jackie Nichols, Precinct 4. I read Brenda Ekstrom's bylaw proposal and saw her presentation.
Just a little louder, please.
I read her bylaw proposal very thoroughly, and I also saw her PowerPoint presentation. And I have a few things to say on the matter. I think we can all agree that affordable housing is a need in our community. I see that Ms. Ekstrom has put a lot of work into her proposal, and I thank her for that. The ideas have merit, but this draft is not ready for town meeting action. Even if it were to pass here, the Attorney General may well reject it. This draft includes conflicting criteria, inconsistencies, and questionable terms that would make it very difficult to implement this bylaw, as it appears to conflict directly with state law. Why do we need the bylaw? The state's existing local initiative program may be used without a local bylaw to accomplish all of the same housing ideas that she included in this proposed bylaw and more. The existing state program does not have any of the technical issues that are found with the proposed bylaw. Then we ask at what cost? What the proposed bylaw does not mention is all of the logistics, the work at the town level needed to implement, monitor, and enforce. We have to do deed and title research, the affirmative marketing, the income verification, the development and execution of deed riders, and the long-term monitoring, among other actions. What would the budget be? And what would the
30
funding
seconds.
source be? Again, the idea has great merit. Affordable housing in the community is needed, but this proposal misses on a number of points. I'd like to recommend additional work on this bylaw, and I move for further study.
Thank you.
Eddie Pasevich, District 1. Currently, the town of Wareham needs 130 low affordable housing. If you use the state law, which allows 25% to be built low income housing and 75% of the market rate, we need over 700 homes just to reach the 130 that the state requires us to have. As long as we don't have the 130, the construction people could come in and tell us what they want to do, where they want to do it, and how they want to do it, and we don't have anything to say about it. This particular article will give us the opportunity and the chance to get out from under the state, get out from under 40B, and start controlling our own town. I urge you to vote for this article.
Thank you. Mrs. Ekstrom, you had your 5 minutes, unless there's a question that somebody wanted to ask you.
It's a new amendment. This is on further study. It's a new amendment, Madam Moderator.
I'm sorry?
This is on the further study, so it's a new amendment, so I can speak to it. All I want to say is please don't further study. They have been further studying this for years. I put my phone number out on TV, on the newspaper, for anyone that had any questions. I can answer every one of her questions, although I don't have the time, but every one of them. Town council has said that this is legally sound. When asked by the Board of Selectmen did not get to vote on it. There was a problem with the Zoom, so they couldn't vote on it. The Finance Committee voted on it. I believe it was 5-2 or 5-3, if Mr. Pigeon could check that out. But please, don't put this off anymore. You guys, people voted no to NODOS. You're going to end up saying, oh, sugar, we're getting houses. So please vote for this. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Is there anything else to be said on the question?
Ready? George Barrett, Planning Board. We heard the applicants, the proponents' proposal on this at public hearing, and I don't know for sure, but I think I was the only one in opposition. A lot of this article has some merit, but there's a lot of downside there too. I think her concept on some of the accessory buildings and things of that nature show potential. But the housing initiative, I feel, would be detrimental to the neighborhoods. You look around, if you're familiar with your neighborhood and what the zoning is, you could have a 5,000 square foot lot next to a 10,000 and have a house dropped in between you. I think that's detrimental to our property values and will not solve the overall problem. Wareham is currently more affordable than any of our neighbors, but yet we will have to take care of their needs. This is not the way to do it. Like I said, she put a lot of work into this. I commend her for that, but I think it needs more work.
Thank you. Is there anything further to be said on Article 26? Seeing no one standing, I will call for a vote. Even though this is a zoning issue, we had an amendment? Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. There was an amendment. Then I need it in writing. Okay. Who made the amendment? Jackie? Okay, I'm sorry, I missed that with the fan. So we have an amendment before us for further study. Did we get a second on it? Okay, I'm sorry, I apologize. Yep, thank you. That's why Brenda stood. I'm sorry, I apologize. Sometimes you lose a little sight of what's going on. So we have an amendment before us for further study of Article 26. This requires a majority vote. All those in favor of further study, please raise your cards. All those opposed to further study, the amendment fails. So we're now back to the original article, Article 26. Recent legislation was passed regarding zoning articles. It gets sometimes complicated. The Attorney General has put on several seminars, both for the Planning Department, for the moderators. This particular article only requires a majority vote. It does not require a 2/3 vote, and that's because of the content of what's in it. It meets all the requirements of the new law, so this is only going to require a majority vote. All those in favor of Article 26, please raise your cards. All those opposed? Passes by a majority. Okay, I think we have one more for this meeting, and then we have the special.
20.
So Article 20? Article 20.
Madam Moderator, I move that the town approve this article as printed in the warrant.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for Article 20, which is the Harbor Services Permits Receipts Reserved for Appropriation Account. Is there anything to be said on Article 20?
Madam Moderator, in Article 20 on page 47 of the Finance Committee report, it lists what's it's being spent on, which is vehicle lease payment, vessel dockage, et cetera, all things that are in line with the use for harbor service permits. There's currently $238,884 available. If this passes, it would leave a balance of $170,984.
Thank you. Is there anything further to be said? Not seeing anyone standing, I will call for a vote on Article 20. All those in favor, it requires a majority. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed, passes by a majority. Okay, that takes care of our annual special meeting. I will entertain a motion to dissolve the annual town meeting and convene the special town meeting. Have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll go into the special. I don't think it's going to be as complicated as what we've been sitting here doing, and appreciate all your patience. So again, I will call the special town meeting to order, and again, we have a consent agenda. And again, this was to try to see if we could get through a couple of things and move things along. So in the consent agenda, you will be asked to approve Article 5, which is the PEG access receipts to Wareham Community TV. And again, this is one of the housekeeping articles that comes up every year. The cable company deposits their money into the town. And twice a year, town meeting has to approve it be taken out and paid to WCTV to maintain their operations for all the Zoom meetings that they've done, for all of the meetings that they post online, so that you can go online and watch any of the boards, committee, commissions meetings. So that's what that article is for. And then to pass over Article 6, which is the home rule petition for solar wind taxation. And I hope I can explain this correctly, and if not, I'm going to ask Jackie. The state just recently passed a law that will address this issue, and so I believe that the assessor would like to put this off until the fall town meeting until that law is clarified and the assessing department understands that law and what it means to the town and what they can and can't do. So there's no discussion on these articles. If you want to pull it out.
Yeah.
Point of order. Want to go to the microphone, please?
Sorry, point of order. Are you removing that from the list of articles?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, it will be removed from the list of articles and most likely will be brought back in the fall, once the state identifies and clarifies. It's like the zoning article. It took about 3 months before we could figure it out. So sometimes it takes a little while to understand what you can and can't do with a specific piece of legislation. So that's the reason we're going to take it out today. So I will accept a motion to approve the consent agenda to approve Article 5 and to pass over Article 6.
Yes, Madam Moderator. I move that the town vote to approve Article 5, PEG access receipts to Wareham Community TV by transferring $338,641.51 from PEG access receipts reserved for appropriation to fund the Wareham Community Television, and pass over Article 6, home rule petition for solar wind taxation.
Second.
Thank you. I will now call for a vote on the consent agenda. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? It's unanimous. Article 1.
Madam Moderator, I move that the town approve the following transfer within budget lines in the FY21 budget as approved in Article 7 of the 2020 Spring Annual Town Meeting, from health insurance amount of $35,000 to veterans assessments amount $35,000.
I have a motion and a second on Article 1. Anything further to be said?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Yes, we're transferring the $35,000 from the health insurance line to the veterans assessments line. And just so everybody understands, the veterans assessment line helps those veterans that are in need by providing them with financial aid and/or medical benefits.
Thank you. Is there anything further to be said on Article 1? Seeing no one standing, I will now call for a vote. It calls for a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? Passes, I believe, unanimously. Article 14.
Madam Moderator, I move to approve this article as printed in the warrant.
Second.
I have a motion and a second on Article 14. To speak to the article? It's a liquor license on Main Street.
This is for the one on 59 Main Street. There's an additional one at 176, which is a different article, but that's for a developer that has come in and presented sufficient plans and permits to indicate his seriousness in completing the project, and the town is willing to support him. And I think that makes sense. We've got somebody coming in that's willing to invest in the community and needs a liquor license.
Is there anything further to be said on Article 14? To speak to the article?
Yes, again, Tricia Wirtz, District 1. I have a little bit of concern, not just about this article, but the other two articles that are in here regarding liquor licenses, because there's two what are empty lots right now, which I understand somebody's buying and developing, but they're empty lots. And then there's a third one for 5 floating licenses. So we're talking about, when we look at all of them, we're talking about 7 liquor licenses. I don't know if they're all for Wareham Village, at least 2 of them are. So before we vote on this, I think we'd like to understand how all 7 of them fit together.
Okay, there's a specific question, Mrs. Whiteside, if you care to answer that.
Thank you for the question. The two articles that name and address are for specific projects that have already really, they may not have a shovel in the ground, but they certainly have plans that have been approved or mostly approved. The other 5 licenses are being made available in case there are other investors who would like to maybe create a restaurant with a liquor license, that kind of thing. Just because they are created does not mean that they have to be issued. Any liquor license that is issued must come before the Board of Selectmen, must be approved by the Board of Selectmen, and then ultimately by the ABCC. So while there would be a total of 7, you're correct, I can't say that it would not be limited to 4 or whatever.
So are you also saying that if the proposed developer does not develop those 2 pieces of property, that those proposed licenses would still stay with those properties, or would they be dissolved because technically we're being asked to vote on them because of a specific project?
To answer the question.
Yeah, to answer the question, no, they would not automatically be issued. In other words, if the project fell through, so would the license application.
Thank you.
You will.
Is there anything further to be said? Seeing no one standing, I will call for a vote on Article 14. This requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? Passes unanimously. Article 11. May I have a motion on 11?
Madam Moderator, I move that the Conservation Commission further study this article and provide a report to the next town meeting.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to speak to the article.
Yes, Madam Moderator, at the, we had a meeting with the Conservation Commission, and they had spoken about the article that in the past they were advised by a former legal counsel that they needed to have this. So I think it makes sense to have them further study, and let's bring something back at fall town meeting.
Thank you. Is there anything further to be said on Article 11?
Good afternoon. I'm Neil Sullivan. I live on Groveland Street in Onset. I spearheaded the Onset Bluffs cleanup event that we had last month, and it was extremely successful. A year ago, I met with most of the main folks in the town administration to discuss what we could do to clean up the bluff and take care of a lot of the basic maintenance that's going on in a lot of our waterfront areas. As many of you know, Onset and Wareham have a lot of beautiful scenic areas which are not being properly maintained. I completely understand that municipal maintenance has a very limited staff, and we are hamstringing them by forcing them to go to the Conservation Commission every time they or the Harbor Master's office wants to provide prudent maintenance of our town facilities. A year ago, I discussed this issue with all people, and I was told that as a result of the current rules in place, nothing could be done unless we had a $30,000 engineering study simply to clean the bluff. I spoke directly with Dave Menard, who's a very hard-working municipal maintenance officer, Gary, our very hard-working harbor master. They both tell me that this is adversely impacting their ability to do the work that we are asking of all of them. And I wholeheartedly believe that we should not go back. We should give them the tools that are necessary so that they can do the job for us. I don't think it's unreasonable to ask senior members of our administration that are overseeing these departments, such as Mr. Menard, to understand
30 seconds.
that he's not doing the right thing. I'll give you one example. If you drive up to the Municipal Bluffs area in Onset right now, there are a multitude of trees that are virtually dead. Mr. Menard right now cannot cut down any of those trees unless he goes before our Conservation Department. I don't think it needs further study. I'd like to vote on it now, and I'd look for everybody to vote in favor of this amendment.
Thank you. Is there anything further to be said on Article 11? Yeah.
Mr. Sullivan, were you making a motion to approve it? Because right now it's to further study, so if you want it to happen, it would need to be.
No, all right, so you need a separate, you want an amendment to approve the wetland bylaw as is in the warrant, which then we need.
Yeah, that's. Yeah. You gotta write it down. No, you gotta write it down real quick, I think.
Yeah.
No,
Can you
come
go to the microphone? Yeah.
Just to be clear, I'm not looking for further study. I want us to vote on the warrant article that is posted right now today. And if
Okay.
I need to fill something out, I'm happy to, but I don't think I need to. This is a warrant article that's currently on the docket to be approved. And I'm happy to do whatever you like.
Yep, we need to have it in writing.
And what am I putting in writing? I'm sorry?
Yes,
No, what am I putting in writing?
you need to make an amendment to vote for Article 11 as it appears in the warrant. Okay.
Neil, it's good. So what you're amending is right here. Could you just confirm that's what you want, because it's in writing?
If that's what you want, sign your name to it. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Okay. Now, do you want to speak further to this or on the amendment?
Do I need to speak?
No, you don't. No. 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 Okay, I have an amendment to Article 11, which is to approve Article 11 as printed in the warrant, which would mean this would not get further studied, and this would be enacted. So the discussion now is on the amendment. To speak to the amendment and the amendment only, in the back.
Thank you, Sandy Slavin. I am Chair of Conservation Commission, and I vote we turn this down and go to further study to totally understand what's being said. It's hard for conservation to have this nebulous article, how to implement it. The last time the town did some work without any conservation approval, it caused flooding down at Rose Point. We really do need to understand what this article is talking about, because we have to implement the rules, and if we don't understand the rules, it's hard. So I ask that you turn this amendment down. Thank you. And go to further study. That's the other one.
Alan Slavin, 36 Oak Street, Precinct 3. I'll probably be sleeping in the garage for the next couple of days. Bottom line is, I think we should go ahead and approve this.
Alan, can you speak a little louder, please?
Yeah, sorry. I think we should go ahead and approve this simply because we have been hamstringing the town, the town maintenance, et cetera, for doing things. And this thing's really, they kind of want to further study because they're nervous about what's been going on over the last year. I think this thing needs to be done, and we're just kind of passing the buck again, kicking the can down the road. It needs to be worked on. Thank you.
That garage will be nice and warm tonight, Mr. Slavin.
Hope you've got bench seat.
Brenda X from Precinct 2. I rise to ask people to defeat the motion and to continue with further study. If you live somewhere and you want to cut down a big tree, you live near the water or something, and you want to cut down a big tree, if you do it, you could literally get thousands of dollars of fines, and from both the town and DEP. And sometimes you might have to go out and pay several $1,000s to replace that type of tree. I've seen it happen. I was the liaison to the Conservation Commission for 6 years here. And I think that make sure that it's done right, another few months is not going to hurt. And I understand that we have professionals that want to go out and cut down stuff, but I don't think the town should be able to do anything greater than the people who live in it. And I think that they need to get the same permission so that we don't end up in a lawsuit costing us millions, or because they wiped out a bunch of trees that were, protected or something like that. So please defeat this and let the Conservation Commission do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything further to be said on the amendment, and the amendment only?
On the amendment, thank you. Neil Sullivan once again. I think prudent conservation is definitely something that is needed here. What this amendment says is maintenance of our current properties. 1 year ago today, I met with the town administrator, the Conservation Commission, Ms. Slavin heading up the Conservation Commission, Community Development, Municipal Maintenance, and the Harbor Master's Office, and we walked the entire bluff in Onset. This could be walking someplace in Wareham also. At that time, I asked for something to be done. 1 year later, nothing has been accomplished. Now, we did a community cleanup. Half of the stuff that we cleaned up were people that were taking matters into their own hands and cutting the bluff down. That's more than half of what we hauled out of there just on that bluff. If it was done prudently and it was done correctly by our municipal maintenance department and our harbor master's department to maintain our property, this wouldn't be happening. So I don't believe we need further study. I think we can vote on it right now. And I am a big believer in conservation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything further to be said on the amendment? And the amendment is to vote it as it appears in the warrant. Seeing no one standing, I will call for a vote on Article 11. This requires a majority vote. All in favor of the amendment, please raise your cards. Right? No? No? No?
All we're doing is substituting the, Mr. Sullivan's motion for the one for further study. Okay? And then if this passes, then we go to the main question.
So what we're voting on is the amendment. The amendment to vote to accept the article as it appears in your warrant. If we vote in the affirmative, that amendment becomes a warrant article and we take a second vote. So we're just voting on the amendment. You get it? Okay. What's that? Yeah, it's not changing the article, it's just changing the motion. It's not changing the article itself, it's just changing the motion. I've already called for a vote. All those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed? The amendment passes. So now that becomes your main motion. So what we're voting on is the article as it appears in the warrant, not for further study. You're voting to approve the article as it appears in the warrant. Got it? Okay. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All those opposed? Passes by a majority. 7. If you rise to a point of order, please go to the microphone. Please state your point.
Hi, Pam Silver, 32 Wilson Street, Wareham, Precinct 1. We've been here for 4.5 hours. I respectfully request that we postpone any further and try to
Let her
regather.
state her point.
There have been so many people that have left here as a result of personal and professional commitments that it's not fair to the citizens who had to leave. And we understand that there's a lot of issues to cover, et cetera, but isn't it possible that we can reconvene and move forward?
Town meeting does not end until we take action on all the articles, and we don't have that much more to do, honestly. So I'm not, no.
Thank you.
This has been over a year and a half of trying to get this work done, and I know it's difficult to sit here. It's been frustrating for the voters, it's been frustrating for the administration, it's been frustrating for everybody involved, it's been frustrating for me to try to figure out when we can have it. So the next article is Article 7.
Excuse me, I rose to request a formal count on the last vote.
We're all done with it. You should have questioned it.
I did, and then I waited in line behind the young lady who spoke.
Sorry, there was nobody at the microphone. It was very obvious to me as the moderator. I declared the vote. Article 7.
Madam Moderator, I move to approve this article as printed in the warrant.
Second.
Article 7, may I have a motion?
You just did.
And a second.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. Yeah, I want to go home too. Article 7, so we have a motion and a second to approve as printed in the warrant. To speak to the article.
Article 7 is a solar pilot article. It is to put forth solar pilots. Do you want me to read it? To see if the town will vote to approve a payment of lieu of tax pilot agreement as negotiated between the town of Wareham and the developer of the projects under Borrego as listed below, and to further authorize the Board of Selectmen and the town administrator to take such actions as may be necessary under state law to effectuate said agreement. The pilots are for 140, 150 Tyhonet Road and 27 Charge Pond Road.
Thank you. Is there anything further to be said on Article 7?
Yes, my name is Linda Rinta, and I'm in Precinct 5. And the question I would have is, that was negotiated with Borrego. Is that consistent with the same rate that's paid to other towns? Because I'd just like to know if Wareham checked that to see what Borrego did with other areas.
To answer the question? Jackie? The assessor?
Each project or pilot for projects are negotiated in good faith at the time that the project is proposed and at a standardized or market rate. We do negotiate. We do try to get as much as we can for the town, and we do a good job. And the reason I know we do a good job is that in the past, as we've put new projects on the tax rolls, our new growth from the project has exceeded what a straight valuation would have been for the first year. And that's an indicator that we have done well. We are trying to get every penny we can out of the solar developers. So, yes. It has nothing to do with keeping them out of town or stopping development or encouraging development. These are projects that if they're going to be built, we're going to tax them and we're going to get the money we can.
Thank you.
Michelle Rose. Is this the Pine Barren Woods that we're talking about?
This has nothing to do with where it is. It has everything to do with the charge that the town will assess to any solar project that comes in, no matter where it is.
No, the solar projects, they tear apart land. That's what they do. and the land can't be,
We're out of order.
The article is
I
to
don't care.
tax, to get
It's talking
payment,
about
a pilot is
630,000.
payment in lieu of taxes, so that the town gets income from a solar project. That's a pilot.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. We don't want the pilot. Why do we need to have more solar projects? We're saying that, what are we doing? We're voting, what, $630,000 into this thing? Is that what it's saying?
No. No, it's not.
What, it says right there, 600 and... I think people should vote no.
I'd like to answer her question, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go, so-
The assessor might want to answer her question.
Madam Moderator, point of order here?
You have a point of order?
Yes, the article is only requesting being able to tax things that will or may have been approved. It has nothing to do with approving or not. The only thing it does is allow the town to collect taxes on such an installation. It has nothing to do with the permitting.
So these projects have already are already they're already permitted. If they were not to be built, this wouldn't matter. But if they get built, we will tax them, and we will get as much as we can, and that's what this is all about. Has nothing to do with development of solar. Okay? Absolutely nothing. It's just the taxation of it.
Wait a minute, if these projects have been approved, then isn't there taxation already?
You
Don't
need
they
to come
know?
closer to the microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, if these projects have already been approved, don't they know what the taxes are going to be that they're going to have to pay? I mean, why would you come into a town and say, I'm going to do such and such, without knowing how much you're going to have to pay in taxes? It doesn't make any sense. What do you mean?
Hang on. Yeah. Town council will answer your question and try to explain it for you.
Yep.
I don't know if I don't know.
Oh,
Well, yeah, I'm here all night. Look, I don't know if I can explain everything to anybody, but you know, the point you make about, you know, wouldn't you think a big corporation coming into town would kind of know what they were going to pay taxes? Ordinarily, you would be 100% correct, and that's exactly the way the CEOs would look at it. But here's the problem. Under Massachusetts tax law, the treatment of solar fields is a little squishy. You've had the appellate tax board sometimes say, yeah, you can tax them, sometimes you can't. So it's what we in the legal trade would call unsettled law. So what happens is that the big corporations and many municipalities, rather than litigating it out to the state Supreme Court at no doubt great expense, they choose to enter into these pilot agreements where you get a predictable flow of tax revenue that's acceptable to anyone. The schedule of payment in lieu of taxes has to be approved by the state because, you know, they are afraid that towns generally are a bunch of hayseeds and are going to give away the farm, so the state has to approve it too. So that's the purpose. So you're 100% right. In an ideal world, you'd know exactly what you were going to pay. It's not an ideal situation. I think maybe in the next 2 or 3 years we might see some legislation that's going to clarify it, but until then, if you want a predictable revenue stream on our side and a predictable expense stream on the corporate big shot side, this is the way it's done. Thank you.
You have 4 seconds.
Okay. So you're saying that the state has established this a squishy piece of legislation where people, the businesses can come into a town and then they decide what they want to do without the state being involved in it?
Time is up.
Madam Moderator? Yeah, it's amazing to think that the state would do something that was unclear and squishy. I mean, I'm stunned. But yeah, unfortunately, that's the way it is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the next speaker, please.
Eddie Pasevich, Precinct 1. These three sites are subject of great controversy. That's what I think the people are talking about. They may be even subject to court cases. We don't want this to be viewed as the town approving these functions or these solar activities based on what we do here today by passing the pilot. There's no rush to pass.
Mr. Pasevich, hold on one second. We're getting a little off track. All we're doing with this article is saying, yes, we will tax you. Yes, we will come to an agreement as to what we're going to charge a solar developer versus not paying any taxes or whatever the state says. So it has nothing to do with approval or non-approval. So
All right,
please stick to the subject of whether you approve a pilot.
What I'm suggesting here right now, that someone could use the idea of approving taxation on these solar activities as approval by the town meeting. And since these are in, as I said, controversial and in possible court cases, why not hold off on this? Like a further study until these issues are resolved? And I'll make that as an amendment. Further study on this.
May I have town council answer that?
Well, we have an amendment proposed. Do we have a second? Second. We have an amendment and a second. Can speak to the amendment. Mr. Pasevich? Runners. Where's my tellers? Yeah. Do I have any tellers in the other room to please come in? Thank you. Okay. Is that yours? Okay, we have an amendment for further study of Article 7. So anything that is to be said is to address the question of whether or not to further study this article. Is there anything to be said on the amendment of further study?
Nancy McHale of Precinct 5, I would vote that we do not further study, or recommend that we do not further study this, that we defeat this amendment. This article is simply about if a big IF, these get built, then the town will be able to get the money. If we do not have these pilots in place, we will potentially lose out on hundreds of thousands of dollars. So this is a big if. I know that I'm going against some of the other conservation groups in the area, but if they get built, and I hope they don't, we need to get the cash. So I would recommend that we defeat this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Moderator, point of clarification, please.
State your point.
In the language of the article, it says to approve a payment in lieu of taxes agreement as negotiated between the town of Wareham and the developer of the projects. We are approving, from my interpretation, contracts. Now, if they've been negotiated, why do we put those contracts back for further study? I don't, that,
We're not.
You
We're
can't do it.
we're voting on the pilot, the charge.
the pilots are a contract, a negotiated contract between the developer and Town of Wareham.
His amendment's for further study, that's what his question is.
Are we sending these contracts back for negotiation, to be renegotiated? Oh, somebody did.
I'll ask you.
Somebody has to do that.
Bernie, would you like to ask town council with that for an opinion?
Okay, through you, Madam Moderator, to Town Council. These are, as I interpret it, are negotiated contracts with another entity. Are we sending these supposedly or allegedly back for renegotiation when it says further study? Is that the interpretation? Be careful this time.
Hello? Okay. All right, sorry about that. Rich Bowen, Town Council. A couple of things. Number one, in the town meeting business, and Claire will tell you, I was a moderator for 15 years. I had trouble saying 15. It was almost like a jail sentence. For 15 years. So in the town meeting business, a motion for further study doesn't really mean what it says. It's kind of a polite way of saying, no, we don't want to do this. No, it sounds classier than, hell no, I'm against this. It's, further study. It sounds very auspicious. That's all this does. So to answer the chairman of the FinCom's question, does this mean that people are going to be running back and negotiating new agreements with these solar people? I don't know, probably not. Would it make them do it? No. So it's just a different way to say no. Now, I noticed that nobody asked me what I thought about the legal arguments that were going to be made in court and what the other people might say. Hey, I'm the guy who's going to have to stand up in front of a judge and actually defend these things, so I kind of thought somebody might want to know what I thought about it. So I'll tell you. There are two types of arguments in this world: political arguments and legal arguments. It is a political argument for someone to say, well, if you accept this, that means it's evidence that you're in favor of these developments. Wrong. That's not what it means. That argument would be laughed out of court. Sorry, that's a political argument. And I don't have a dog in this hunt for or against it. If you want to do this, great. If you don't want to do it, great. But let's not make a false legal argument. All this is that if these things get approved, and that's up to other people, not me, if these things get approved, this is a way to collect the tax money that it might otherwise be difficult to tax. If they don't get approved, fine, we're going to be getting tax money anyway. So it has nothing to do with whether these things are going to be approved by such and such a board. No court is going to take a positive, and I have to be clear on this, and I don't have a position on whether this is good or bad. This is your decision. But no court would take a positive action here and say, oh, that means you approved it. Not going to happen.
Thank you. Anything further to be said on the amendment?
Yes, Dave Hurd, Precinct 3. I want you to vote down this amendment, basically by voting to delay it and not tax a solar farm. You're, number one, reducing the amount of money that's coming into town. You're basically endorsing the solar companies and saying, hey, you can come into town and we won't even charge you for a while. No. If they come in and build, we want to get the money. So turn down this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Barry Cosgrove. 2 points. First of all, presumably the contract either is not signed or it's conditioned upon it being approved by town meeting or we wouldn't be here. That's number one. Number two, there's a thing in negotiation called leverage. You have considerably more leverage waiting to see if they're going to be approved or not ultimately, because that's how corporations respond. They respond to leverage. These things are going to be challenged to the end of time, and you will have considerably more leverage to negotiate a much better economic deal for the town than to give them what they want now prior to the time when they really need it.
Thank you. Is there anything further to be said on the amendment on Article 7? Seeing the amendment is for further study. Seeing no one standing, I will call for a vote on the amendment for further study. All those in favor of further study, please raise your cards. All those opposed? The amendment fails. We are now back to the original motion, which is on the screen, to support this article as printed in the warrant. All those in favor, please raise your cards. It requires a majority vote. All those opposed? Passes by a majority. Article 9.
Madam Moderator, I move to approve this article as printed in the Administration and Planning handout.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to speak to Article 9.
Ken Buckland again, Director of Planning. This article was heard by the Planning Board at a public hearing on April 12th of this year. The Planning Board recommends the approval of this bylaw.
I see someone coming to the back to speak to the article.
Looks like it's my week. Alan Slavin, 36 Oak Street, Precinct 3. This article is critical for the town of Wareham to pass. We are one of two towns, basically from the New Hampshire coast down to Rhode Island, that has to approve the floodplain changes, or basically after July 16th, the town of Wareham will lose its FEMA flood insurance, which means anybody that has FEMA flood insurance, it's gone. Anybody that goes to buy a new home that requires FEMA flood insurance will not be able to get it. Not passing this will be a disaster for a lot of people.
Thank you. Is there anything further to be said on Article 9? Seeing no one standing, I will call for a vote. This requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please say aye. I'm sorry. I'm just so used to doing it the old way. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? Passes by a majority. Sometimes you're a creature of habit. Article 16.
Madam Moderator, I approve this article as printed in the warrant.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to speak to the article.
And Moderator, I think we kind of went over the nuances of this when we went through the first article, so save time.
Okay. Is there anyone that wishes to speak to Article 16? Seeing no one at the microphone, I will call for a vote. This requires majority vote. The motion is up on the screen. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? Passes unanimously. No? Oh, sorry. Passes by majority. Okay. Article 12. We're getting there.
Madam Moderator, I move to approve this article as printed in the warrant.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to speak to the article.
Madam Moderator, this is the sewer commissioners are preparing a 5-year maintenance plan. In the interim, there are critical items that must be replaced immediately to avoid catastrophic failures. This is seeking $500,000 from the retained earnings They currently have $4,959,685. So again, if this passes, they'd have 4.45 million.
Is there anything to be said on Article 12? Seeing no one standing, I will now call for a vote. This requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? It passes unanimously.
15.
Article 15.
Madam Moderator, I move to approve this article as printed in the warrant.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to speak to the article.
Yeah.
Oh, he did? Okay, we'll go with that. Anything further to be said about 15? To speak to the article?
Carl Schultz, I have a question. I don't understand what it means, such license will not count against the town's liquor license quota. What does that mean?
To answer the question, Mrs. Whiteside?
Yes, thank you for asking the question. The town is allowed to issue a certain number of types of liquor licenses under the law. What we are suggesting and recommending happen is that we add, well, we explained it earlier, it would be 2 site-specific and then 5 there available. So they would be counted outside that limit.
So we're basically increasing our quota.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Is there anything further to be said on Article 15? Seeing no one standing, I will call for a vote. This requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? Passes by majority.
8.
Article 8.
Madam Moderator, I move to approve this article as printed in the warrant.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Speak to the article.
Ken Buckland, Planning Director. This is an article that's a change in the marijuana regulations in the zoning bylaw. It allows up to 3 delivery licenses to be approved by the town. This is similar to the restriction we have on retail licenses in that we have allowed 3 retail stores within the community. This would allow 3 delivery operations which do not have any retail component.
Is there anything further to be said on Article 8? Seeing no one standing, I will call for vote on Article 8. This requires a majority vote. It's only a bylaw. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? I'm going to take a count. Where are my tellers? I don't want to mess up on this one.
Here you go.
All those in favor?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh, it is a zoning bylaw?
Yes, that's right.
Just says in the motion a bylaw. Okay,
Well, no, it's tied.
okay.
It's 2/3. Did Ken give a?
He did give a report.
Okay, yeah, so
Yeah.
2/3.
So it is a 2/3 vote,
Yeah, so we're getting a count.
the zoning bylaw, so we're counting.
Sorry. Yeah, failed.
That's why I had 2/3. Yeah. 101 in the affirmative? All those opposed to the zoning bylaw? The affirmative.
Anything over twice.
What's that?
Anything over 2 times or better is good.
Fails. Fails, right? Fail.
What was the vote?
Yeah.
No, hold on.
Yeah. The vote was 101 in the affirmative, 30 in the negative.
It passes.
So it passes. It passes by a 2/3 vote. Article 10.
Madam Moderator, I move to approve this article as printed in the warrant.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. This is a bylaw to speak to the article.
That's Ken.
Thank you. Sandy Slavin, Precinct 3, Chairman of Conservation Commission. We currently, on our wetland bylaws, have the ability to waive the 50-foot no-work zone for any land that has been previously disturbed. You tell me any site on the Greer lumber that hasn't been previously disturbed. So I believe this bylaw, presented without any knowledge of Conservation Commission, is an attempt to handle one project on Lower Main Street. But our bylaw allows us to do a waiver of the 50-foot no-work zone. The bylaw would also waiver the 50-foot no-work zone on Main Street, Merchants Way. You tell me what part of Merchants Way isn't already disturbed and paved over. But what is concerning is this goes from all the way from the condominiums all the way down to Tremont Nail, no plans past the train depot. We are going to be asking to do a bylaw change with no plans in place. Wasn't that last town meeting we voted against a zoning bylaw because there were no plans to discuss? I am very concerned that if this passes, we don't know what was going to be put in without conservation having a say on what happens to our wetlands. The land down at Tremont Nail, they want to put a park in our wetlands, in our marsh. We wouldn't be able to stop it if you pass this. We don't know what's being planned. This did not come before Conservation. Conservation voted against this bylaw. We do have bylaws in place that allow us to waiver it if the land has been disturbed. I'm just very concerned that this is just a generic bylaw with nothing hard facts to say why it has to be in place. Nothing's being planned. We don't know what's going to happen, and I'm concerned what might happen. Thank you.
What's that? Yes.
With Madam Moderator, goodness, through you to the previous speaker, may I ask how many projects your commission has in fact approved within a 50-foot zone? And I would further ask, are you suggesting that you will in fact approve something that has been advertised quite a lot on the, I'll call it the southern end of Main Street, and has already been permitted by the state, and the land has been disturbed for over 300 years?
To answer the question only?
I will try to answer if I remember it. One, I don't have a count as to when the 50-foot no-work zone has been waived. I can't remember. Number two, what was number two?
What was the second part of your question?
Second part was, are you suggesting that you would in fact approve?
I don't know. We have seen no plans. We did approve the modification to the docks, to the piers, because we did have a plan. We've seen nothing. A conceptual plan is not enough to say the Conservation Commission will, we don't have anything to vote on. We don't know what it's going to look like other than a pretty picture of 3 buildings. Until we see the actual plan, I can't say how the committee, how the commission will vote. It's not up to me. I'm one of 7. And did I answer them all?
No, ma'am.
What did I miss?
The question is, I'm presuming that you admit that the property in question has been disturbed for over 300 years, as it was an active and working waterfront. Prior to the building being taken down, there was a hardware store, there were some larks and other things there. It is very clear to anybody who's ever driven by the property that the property has been disturbed. So are you saying that because it has been disturbed, you will in fact grant?
I cannot say that. That is up to the total commission. We do have an ability to waiver if the land is disturbed. Anybody going by will say it's been disturbed, but I cannot speak for the total Conservation Commission.
May I ask one more?
I don't want to get into a back and forth.
Yeah.
I mean, this pertains to the whole of Main Street, not just
Yes.
one project.
Yes, ma'am.
So I think you want to keep your questions in context, that it's not about one project, it's about the whole wetland bylaw amendment that would impact any project.
May I? In point of fact, there are 2 very large proposals.
I'm sorry, I get a lot of conversation behind me.
I'm sorry?
I'm getting a lot of conversation back here, so
Okay.
I didn't hear you.
There are 2 well-advertised projects, one on either end of the river front. We also have submitted a grant for a walkway along the river. And all of those items would require, in fact, a waiver to go to or through the 50-foot no disturb zone or whatever. In point of fact, from Tremont Nail all the way down to Bridge Landing, it has been disturbed for over 300 years. So
There's nothing for me to respond to, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything further to be said on Article 10?
Angela Dunham, Precinct 3. I am here on behalf of the future development of that Greer Lumber Company property, and just also
Can you
down to the
get a
Tremont
little
Nail.
closer to the mic and speak a little louder, please?
Sorry. Angela Dunham, Precinct 3. I'm here to speak to the Greer Lumber property that is adjacent to Bessie Park. It's in the historic district, and it is entitled Patriots Park, the project. It's going to have a marina, an events venue, the large event.
Mrs. Dunham, we're not talking about one specific project.
No, but it
We're
is
talking about a
pertinent.
bylaw that impacts the whole of Main Street.
Speaking
So
to the
it
whole-
would impact any development on Main Street, and that's the focus of this, is whether or not to allow any development from one end of Main Street to the other end within the wetlands.
I
So that's what
understand.
we need to discuss. So we need to keep on the subject.
Well, because it was brought up, that's where I started my conversation. But just to tell you that the properties that, the projects that are being proposed, or any future projects that are being proposed for the waterfront, this would have a huge impact on the future of downtown Wareham. And any of the development that has been proposed to several town committees
30
and so on.
seconds.
Thank you. They have come forward, and they've been very open about their projects. They are proposals, yes, I understand, that they need final approval. And this is, all due respect to the Conservation Commission, no one's trying to take their powers away from them in this article. I am simply asking the people here to vote in favor of this article, to help these developers come in and help us to grow. It will be a huge asset to the town
Time.
of Wareham. Thank you.
Hi, Bob Blair, 10 Barlow, District 5.
I'm the chairman of the Wareham Historic District Commission. Two of these projects that are proposed as developments in two of our largest historic districts, the Narrows Historic District and the Tremont Nail property sits in the center of the Parker Mills Historic District. This bylaw would take away one of the hamstrings that could be in front of the developers that have presented projects already that have received favorable action from the Historic District Commission. So I would hope you would approve the bylaw change. Thank you.
I'm taking a second shot at not being home for the next week. This is really about, which has been going on for close to 10 years. We've been working, myself and a bunch of other people, on trying to redevelop the Wareham waterfront, which is a huge asset of the town that so far is generating nothing really. The project goes all the way from Tremont Nail, not just one piece, all the way down to British Landing, and actually across the other way where the Narrows restaurant is. And actually the bridge that goes across, years ago, there was a actual project about removing the railroad bridge, moving it up Rivermore, and actually having it so boats could come upstream and park behind the town of Wareham, and we'd actually have a marina back there. So this is just part of an overall thing. We have available coming over the next 2 or 3 years, ARPA grants and basically infrastructure grants which can possibly redevelop downtown Main Street. It's a very small window that we have available, and we need to be able to have things in place so we can do it. I'm very leery about having to hope that my wife and the fellow Conservation Commission members will be amenable to the 50-foot setback. Without that, the boardwalk that goes all the way down the length, which we're working with the railroad on, would not be possible, among many other things. So I urge you to vote for this. Thank you.
Annie Hayes, Precinct 5. I understand the efforts and the desire to develop the waterfront. I'd feel more comfortable about the conversation if I understood how the vulnerability assessment, the flood vulnerability, the climate vulnerability assessment that was done by the Woods Hole Group, I think in 2019, is viewed in regards to this. They say that the Tremont Nail site and the Narrows are already very vulnerable to being overtaken by flooding. And in the context of an accelerating sea level rise or accelerating ice cap melt, et cetera, I don't understand how the argument for the fact that the land has already been disturbed meets that vulnerability, if you understand that.
Do you have a specific question? If you could state your question.
Well, I'd like someone to address the vulnerability assessment, the rising sea level, that this is about as vulnerable as you can get in ways, and yet it seems like the argument for not adhering to prudent flood setbacks is because the land has been disturbed for over 300 years. I don't quite get that connection.
To answer the question,
Ken Buckland. The municipal vulnerability program assessment that we did identified the flooding within the downtown and suggested ways to mitigate that impact as well. But this has nothing to do with the change in the bylaw. The change that we're talking about is something that would allow a developer to use the 50-foot setback and not be second-guessed by the Conservation Commission on the development and the site plan design. The projects are already going through Planning Board, Zoning Board of Appeals, Health, Sewer, Building, state permits as well. And they don't need another permit that requires the change in the plan. Regarding waivers, the list I got from the conservation agent was that there have been about 8 waivers that have been granted over the years.
Thank you. Is there anything further to be said on Article 10? Seeing no one standing, I will call for a vote. This only requires majority vote. All those in favor of the motion before you, raise your hands. All those opposed? I'm going to ask the tellers to come forward and take a vote, please.
Point
All
of
those in
order.
favor, please raise your
Point
cards.
of order.
We're in the middle of a vote. I don't accept a point of order in the middle of a vote. You can state your point after. There's 91 in the affirmative. All those opposed, please raise your cards. The vote is 91 in the affirmative, 60 in the negative. The article passes.
Point of order.
Please state your point.
This is a bylaw change. It needs a two-thirds vote.
It's not a zoning change, it's a bylaw change.
That's what I said, a bylaw change. Does it need a
Bylaw only-
two-thirds vote?
No. Bylaws only require majority vote.
13.
Article 13.
Madam Moderator, I move to approve this article as printed in the warrant.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to speak to the article.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Simply, this is a prior year bill of $11,036.38. By the time we received the bill, it was from a prior year, so you need to bring it forward at town meeting in order to pay it.
Is there any discussion? Just so that you know, to pay a prior year bill, it requires a 9/10 vote. I am going to ask for an affirmative vote and see if we can get that so we don't have to count. So the Article 13 is before you to pay a prior year bill. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Anyone opposed? It's unanimous.
4.
Article 4. We only have a couple more.
Madam Moderator, I move that the town transfer $100,000 from certified free cash to be used as the town's matching portion for grants.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to speak to the article.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. This article is requesting $100,000 be transferred from free cash. Many of the grants we apply for require matching funds in the amount in cash. Sometimes you can use some of our own services. So what we'd like to do is have this set aside, so when we're applying for grants, we can be competitive and not have to worry about timeliness with going to town meetings and such.
Is there anything to be said on Article 4? Seeing no one standing, I'll call for a vote. This just requires a majority vote. All those in favor, raise your cards. All those opposed? Passes unanimously. 17. Article 17. Please, I know, but please. We're getting there. We just have a
It's
couple
a
more.
petitioned article.
This is a petition article. Petitioner available?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. To the body through you, I move that we approve the article as printed in the warrant.
I have a second. The motion before you to approve the article as printed in the warrant. To speak to your article?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Moderator. This bylaw amendment addresses only the size and the siting of large ground-mounted solar generation installations. It has no impact on other sections of the bylaw. It limits the size to a maximum of 10 acres that have been previously clear-cut for the last 5 years. This petition was written by a committee of concerned citizens with input from the Planning Department. It has the support of the Planning Board, the Board of Selectmen, the Finance Committee, and the Wareham Land Trust Board of Directors. The ad hoc committee formed because the town boards have no ability to regulate the size, the number, the scope, the impact of the utility scale solar facilities because the 2014 solar bylaws are simply outdated. The state regulations encouraged solar bylaw development, and now Wareham has 19 of those, some of which are 50 acres. And there's more in the permitting process. The adoption of this amendment will pause the development for future large projects, allowing time to evaluate the new state guidance and revise the entire bylaw. A town administrator's advisory committee is being formed with members of the original ad hoc committee and other stakeholders. We will come back to town meeting with a comprehensive plan that encourages more appropriate siting of facilities. A target of fall town meeting has been set for that. A collaborative effort by all stakeholders will ensure the best outcome possible for Wareham. This is not just Wareham's problem. Many towns have placed limits on solar farms by prohibiting utility-scale facilities in residential areas, imposing limits on visual impacts, increasing setbacks, creating solar overlay zones, and imposing mitigation requirements. For example, Plymouth limits the size to 15 acres, Falmouth limits projects to 2 acres of clear cutting for access, and the rest of the project must be on land that was cleared for at least 5 years. Spencer and Athol imposed 1-year moratoriums. West Bridgewater created a new solar zoning district. Ware and Oxford have limited the total number of facilities to 15. Whately has imposed a mitigation fee to be paid to their open space committee for Chapter 61A lands. If we have any hope of preserving Wareham's neighborhoods, forests, farmlands for future generations, we must incorporate the new guidance from the feds and the state agencies, as well as conservation groups like Mass Audubon and Trustees of Reservation. Solar energy is great, but pitting forests and solar against each other is bad policy. Climate change mitigation needs both solar energy and carbon sequestration. The solar industry technology is quickly evolving. Our bylaws must be flexible and ready to address the reality of new installations, such as large capacity battery storage facilities, as well as protecting our invaluable forests. Our current bylaws allow massive clear cutting of forests and leveling of hillsides. Some solar farms are in full view of roadways and neighborhoods. They destroy trees that sequester carbon and mitigate the effects of climate change. There's plenty of non-forested open space for solar installations. Wareham must start using large rooftops like was done at the fire district, parking lots and brownfields instead of clear-cutting forests. We need to be smarter and consider the long-term impacts And I ask for your support and adopt this amendment. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you.
Point of
We need
order.
a report from the planning board, and then I'll,
Last time for me. The planning board held a public hearing on April 12th of this year to hear the application for the zoning change. They made a recommendation to approve the bylaw as presented.
thank you. I'm going to ask the chairman of the Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee for the vote of their boards, because it has changed from what's in your warrant. So, Mr. Pidgeon, may I have the vote of the Finance Committee?
Madam Moderator, we currently, in the report, have a 2-5-0 vote. We were concerned about the legal ramifications of this, as well as the fact that there was no sunset to it. The overall objective was a moratorium. As we progressed and we had a little confusion, we had the petitioner back a second time, and after that second review of the intent of this article, we approved with a caveat that a group would be formed to create a solar bylaw that is compatible with our intent of the town of Wareham. And the administration has confirmed that with us, that they have formed an ad hoc committee to do that. Thank you.
May I have the vote of the Board of Selectmen?
Yes, ma'am. The Board of Selectmen voted 5-0-0 to support this unanimously and enthusiastically. We think it is a step in the right direction. It isn't going to fix everything overnight, but we very much appreciate the effort that has gone into trying to fix what is clearly a problem.
Is there anything further to be said on Article 17?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Richard Swenson. I am a member of the Planning Board and the Redevelopment Authority. I am a firm believer that our town, state, and nation must be managed by our rules and laws. As a Planning Board member, it is my philosophy that I can only hold solar farm developers accountable to our bylaws. I do not believe it is proper to try and hold anyone accountable to my personal opinion. So, if the bylaws don't reflect what I want, then my best option is to convince town meeting to change those bylaws. This citizens petition article starts the process of updating our solar bylaws into a set of rules that will reflect the goals I believe our citizens want and will provide the controls that our land use boards need to ensure those goals can be achieved. I'm very pleased by the support this article has ultimately received from our town leadership, and I encourage town meeting voters to support this article as well. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you. Is there anything further to be said?
Yes. My name is Linda Rinta, and I am in Precinct 5. I'm glad I wrote this, because otherwise I wouldn't have the nerve to stand here and say this. My name is Linda Rinta, Precinct 5. I've lived in this town for over 60 years. I've farmed in this town for over 50 years. I've been a conservation planner writing open space plans and conservation farm plans for over 35 years. I'm entirely in agreement with the intent of this proposed bylaw. However, I can tell you with certainty that if it's passed as written today, it will have the opposite effect. We won't stop the large-scale solar gravel developments. We will stop small-scale solar projects like the one my family has been working to develop that can inject sustainable income stream into family-sized farms. I'm not talking about just cranberry bogs, but small farms. And please let me explain. I'm going to use my farm as an example, but I'm not speaking for my farm alone. As a planner, I work on a lot of small farms trying to help them come up with plans for sustainability. There are several small farms in Wareham that are in the queue behind me. We grow cranberries, blueberries, and beach grass on our farm. I also keep bees, and I sell honey, and we sell timber and cordwood. I'm not going to list all the reasons that small farms are blinking out of existence.
30 seconds.
But it boils down to economics, the relative cost of uncontrollable factors. Madam Moderator, I would like to have 2 minutes. Can I just finish this, please? You'll see that
With
The relative costs are uncontrollable factors: weather, climate change impacts, insects including new arrivals and market disruptions, competition from cheap available produce, just for a few. You see, I said relative costs because, as with solar development, the economics of scale are tipped against us. We've been working on incorporating a small solar array on our farm landscape for over 5 years. We are on our third solar company, whose name is Intero. It's not a name you probably are familiar with because it's a small solar company working on small projects like ours. We selected them because they understood that we intended to farm under the solar panels and required that in our agreement. And that's a huge inconvenience for the solar developer, but it keeps our farm whole and active as a farm, acceptable to our neighbors and to ourselves, as my son and I are both live on our farm property and we are our neighbors. Our proposed array is small. It's less than 6 acres, less than 1 megawatt, and although it's 1,100 feet from the substation, I can see that from my house. It's taken us 3 years to get an agreement from Eversource to take the electricity. There are very costly feasible studies that are required, and the cost of upgrading the substation had to be determined and paid for in advance of that agreement to the tune of about $200,000. That is before the final engineering, and that is where we are right now with our project. Last year, we harvested less than 2 acres of mature white pine timber, not for gravel, but to pay bills and to get ready for pollinator habitat under solar panels. This proposed bylaw prevents the cutting of trees within a 5-year look back. And if we have to wait another 4 years, then our solar developer will move on and sell our agreement to another large-scale project, and we are left with only house lots. Big projects are bulletproof because big power companies want them. Eversource wants them. They would rather have 2 giants than 8 small projects. The solar developers want them. They can make more money. The landowners want them because in 20 years, they'll still have their land back. And the state wants them to meet their energy renewal goals in big bites rather than small bites. The bylaw might slow them down, but it won't last for long, and that's the economics of solar. I urge the voters to rethink the solar bylaw from the perspective of what is best for the town. Our farm abuts the town of Carver. I have a friend in Carver that has installed a 5-acre array on their farm. That array contributes over $18,000 in excise tax for hardware with a 2% adder each year. In addition, the land under the array has a solar commercial value added of another $1,000 an acre for $23,000 annual income to the town. The array sends no kids to school, does not require snow plowing or road maintenance. In fact, it puts no additional cars on the road and requires no town services. I'm delighted that the town of Wareham is going to start a solar study committee, and I hope they include small farms like mine in that study.
Okay, time is up. Your extra 2 minutes is...
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything further to be said on Article 17? Seeing no one standing, this does require a 2/3 vote. I will try for unanimous or a unanimous not counted vote. So all those in favor of Article 17, please raise your cards. All those opposed? Passes by a unanimous 2/3 not counted vote. We have 2 more, and then we're done. 3. Article 3. Thank you for your patience.
Madam Moderator, I move that the town transfer $205,000 from certified free cash to purchase and equip from the Department of Municipal Maintenance a backhoe for $120,000, Division of Natural Resources animal control vehicle for $75,000, Inspectional Services inspection vehicle for $20,000.
Second.
I have a motion and a second on Article 3. Anybody wish to speak to the article? Seeing no one standing, I'll call for your vote.
Madam Moderator, it was read out at 205. It's 215,000.
Oh, I apologize, I read it wrong. I move that the town transfer $215,000 from certified free cash to purchase and equip municipal maintenance backhoe $120,000, Division of Natural Resources animal control vehicle $75,000, and inspectional services inspectional vehicle $20,000. Thanks.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? Passes unanimously. This is our last one, and before you get up and leave, I just have one very, very quick announcement after. Last article is Article 2.
Madam Moderator, I move the town transfer $90,000 from the receipts reserved for appropriation onset pier account to fund the onset parking program and onset community projects.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there anything to be said on Article 2?
Yeah, Patrick, before you leave, they cut the net again, so let's chat. Okay, so that, we're gonna have to use some funds. Thank you.
All set? Okay, anything further to be said on Article 2? See no one standing, I will call for a vote. This is a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? Passes unanimously. I just have one quick announcement to make that starting this week, the Board of... I'll be very quick. The Board of Selectmen are going to start meeting in person and so on some of the other committees. I now will accept a motion to dissolve the special town meeting. I have a motion and a second. Thank you so much for coming. Appreciate it. This has been a year and a half.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.